There we go.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's tilt that down enough for it to use it, and then 1 second to. Is that this one? Yeah. Give that a test.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Maybe.
Once again, is that better? All right, cool.
Take it.
Where's my slides? Great, thank you. Please forgive me for sitting during this talk. I'm having a bit of a low energy day, so we'll start off maybe a bit low key, and we'll go from there. My name is Rotem. I've been in the industry for a little while now. I actually started here in UMBC. Today, oh hey, look, I got a slide for that. Yeah, so I had a very fortunate opportunity right out of school to get into the industry. Worked on a few mobile games, a couple of sports titles. I had a variety of different AAA studio experience, which varies quite a bit from the indie experience, of course. And just as a quick disclaimer, I am a bit out of the loop. It's been several years since I worked as a hiring manager or since I applied for a job. And I've been on medical leave for about 18 months. So, you know, keep in mind that I'm mostly giving you my perspective as somebody who's been in the industry, but not somebody who's been super in touch for the last couple of years. So take what I say with a grain of salt, but hopefully you'll find some value in this. So let's start off. The cake is a lie. 2% of entry-level applicants specific to game development in North America are going to get hired this year. That is based on data collected by Tencent Games Business Development Director. He's got some good stuff going, trying to help the games industry through this difficult time. If you're following the industry at all, you may be familiar with lots of layoffs that are happening. And of course, the proliferation of AI in the industry, folks are trying to figure out the right balance of human resources and more technical resources. And unfortunately, it's creating a situation where it's difficult to enter directly from school or just in general at the associate level into the industry. I was actually planning to give another talk initially to help you get into the studios and kick ass there. But the reality is that is a very difficult thing to do right now, just statistically, regardless of who you are and what your qualifications are, just based on number of applicants to number of job openings. It's not looking good for entry level, and it's okay to feel doubt. I actually had a kind of a moment myself, you know, up until now as a software engineer, I wasn't super worried about, you know, AI taking my job, so to speak. I was playing around with some AI Copilot prototyping tools and put a prototype together that normally might have taken me a couple of months, and it took maybe 2 weeks, not even. And I didn't write a single line of code, barely even looked at the code to help the AI troubleshoot. And that was a weird feeling for me. Am I actually going to have a job coding ever again, right? So, you know, the world changes around us, the industry changes, but fortunately the principles for understanding ourselves and the world around us and how we interact doesn't change. So let's talk today about what we can do with the current situation, where y'all are at, and if you're interested in getting into developing games, how do you do that? Okay, getting past the entry-level hump. Of course, making games is largely software development. Obviously, there are some elements to game development that are specific to games, not just business applications. But the nice thing is, if you get a job in software more broadly, a lot of those skills are going to be transferable. And so I actually know quite a few folks who worked either in software or honestly in other industries, in telecommunications and finance. Not everybody starts in games right away, whether because they couldn't get the job or they never even knew that was an option. So generally my advice here is to design your alter ego. So I want everyone for a moment to just close your eyes and imagine yourself 5 years from now, or if you're not near graduation, 5 years after graduation. What kind of job do you have? What do people say about working with you? That you're a hard worker, that you'll always stop what you're doing to help somebody out, that you really know your stuff, that you're great at research, whatever it is that is sort of the rock star you in 5 years. Once you have a sense of who that is and who you want to be, it becomes a lot easier in any particular situation that you're not sure what to do, or even if you know the right thing to do and you just don't want to, channel your alter ego. Basically, you're working now for your future self, and your alter ego 5 years from now will thank you for it, right? Definitely want to take any opportunity to develop your network and your brand, and I'll talk a bit more specifically about building up your network later. When I say your brand, sorry, you guys can open your eyes. When I'm talking about your brand, so if you think of like a corporate brand, you know, like a fast food chain or something, you might think about, oh, what are the design elements that you might see in their logo and their colors? What kind of statements are they making? Are they involved in any sort of like political lobbying or whatever it is? So when I talk about an individual's brand, it's the same sort of thing. You know, like when folks think about me, who is it that they're thinking about? What experiences have they had with me? What have they heard from other people? Everything that you do as a professional, whether in software or more specifically in games, it contributes to your brand. And, you know, just keep that in mind when you're interacting with people, anytime that you're in a professional setting. What you're doing, what you're saying, it does affect your brand, and it's up to you what direction you want to take that. And I'll also say, you know, while you're trying to get past that entry-level hump and throughout your career, make sure that your portfolio is a living representation of the problems that you've solved, the things that you're interested in, and the experiences that you've got. And I'll also say, you know, software can get deprecated very quickly as operating systems evolve. For example, there was a whole era, I think in the 2000s, folks were making a lot of interactive documentaries. It was like a heyday for it, but they were all using Flash, which doesn't exist anymore. And so now the internet is devoid of all of these documentaries that people made. Why is that relevant to your portfolio? Take videos, take pictures. First of all, most folks, when they look at your portfolio, are not going to bother installing anything, even if they could run it, until they're convinced that it's worth their time. And videos and photos will last a lot longer in terms of the technical capability for whatever modern devices people have to be able to actually see what you've made. Okay, let's talk about sharpening your razor. You've probably heard of Occam's razor, which is a strategy for determining the most likely explanation for some situation. Great for troubleshooting software and investigating murders, probably. So a razor is just a guideline that helps you narrow down your field of options. And it's so called because they like to say that it kind of cuts away the things that are not likely to be helpful, right? So what do razors have to do with games? Well, as we discussed, getting a game dev job at a studio as a new grad right now is not super likely. And so developing a razor will help you narrow down the very wide universe of anything you could possibly do to move you closer to your goal of working in games. So it's not about figuring out what you could do, it's about narrowing your focus so that you are making the best use of your time. What projects should you work on, and who should you work with, and what tools you should use, all that good stuff. Knowing what razors you're operating with, again, just allows you to focus your energy. Razors are context dependent though, meaning that they apply to a particular question, whether it's, you know, who done it or what's causing this bug in my software. So when we talk about what projects you should work on, that kind of thing, you may have to apply the context in order to develop your razor. And I recommend starting with your personal values, because the things that are really deeply important to you are not context dependent. They may change over time, but you don't need to know the context to know that it's important to you to do work that's challenging, or to connect with other folks in the community. So whenever you're trying to make a big decision or kind of focus your attention on things, you really want to start with understanding what's important to you and work your way out from there. For example, more tactically, say that I value a challenge. The reason I want to get into games is because it sounds like it's hard, and I just want to solve those problems. All right, so my razor is focus on solving hard problems. Any possible opportunity that I have that doesn't involve solving hard problems because I've already done it before, or it's just easy, straight to the bottom of the pile. I'm not going to waste my time on that because I like a challenge. So you may try out unfamiliar genres or tools or techniques that you haven't worked with before, getting a variety of different experiences and solving new problems. It's also great for adding variety to your portfolio. And it also expands, you can expand your job search in a way that allows you to still get that transference without being completely in another space. So for example, if you're a software engineer, working as a software engineer, developing business applications still allows you to have that challenge, develop your craft, and eventually bring it into games. Say you're interested in compensation, you really want to live in the city, the rent's crazy. Okay, great. Anything that I can do in games that people won't pay for, straight to the bottom of the pile. I'm going to focus on things that people will pay for. You've probably seen on the app stores, you have a bunch of clones of the really popular games. And it's a great way to build your portfolio and practice, particularly if you're not in this game design space, the space where you're actually coming up with the fun ideas for the game and how they should work. You just want to practice building it or making it look nice if you're more in the visual art space. Recreating those games, you can publish them. Making tools and assets, whether that's 3D models or plugins for Unity, whatever it is. And then, when it comes to your day job, get your bills paid, and that's totally fine. And just to run through a couple other examples, say, you really value community. Of course, you want to focus on building your connections and working in teams. So any kind of project that's just you, probably not something that you really want to focus on. You can look at joining game dev groups, going to game jams, working with your peers, or even contributing to open source projects, which is a great way to become part of an online community. And of course, if you're interested in creativity, you don't want to work on things that you don't get to be creative with, right? You want to focus on making new things that you've never seen before. Make experimental games. You don't have to make a full game just to support whatever is the thing that you want to be creative with, right? You can prototype bits and pieces of games. You don't need a complete project in order to have a portfolio piece. But for the pieces that you really have to have that are not interesting to you, you can use marketplace assets so that saves you time and allows you to focus on the more interesting things. Even with all this, you'll find that you are pointed in different directions, right? There may be some conflicts in terms of what's important to you and what that says that you should do. The most important thing to understand is that you have to commune with yourself and be honest with yourself to understand what's important to you. So it's fine to ask for advice from other people, but anybody who tells you what should be important to you and isn't telling you to look within yourself is not doing you any favors. So for example, when I applied to work at Riot Games as a gameplay engineer, they didn't want to offer me that job. They offered me a different job on the League of Legends player behavior team, working in back-end microservices, which is also very different tech stack, something I had never done before. But I took the job anyway, even though at the time I had no interest in player behavior because I really wanted to work at Riot. And then when I was at Riot, I actually, for a while, something that I really valued was having a title that affirmed my capabilities and my value to the company. I actually struggled when I was in school here with undiagnosed ADHD, and I felt like it really set me behind. And for probably the first 6 or 7 years of my career, I was really chasing my potential, like who I could have been if I had been a better student. And so that led me into management. But then I realized that I made that transition too soon, and I really missed being an engineer. I missed writing the code and reviewing, making technical plans and that sort of thing. So again, there's nothing wrong with having answers that point you in different directions. You just want to understand what the trade-offs are so that you can be intentional about those and understand that most of the time when you have options, none of them is going to be 100% the right answer and the rest 0, right? It's all shades of gray. And don't be afraid to accept that the things that matter to you change, right? Like when I was living in LA, status was pretty important. People get really excited when you talk about, working in games and particularly working at Riot, you get the nice car and the swag and all that stuff. And, for me, that was important at the time and I was really living the life. And, when I moved back out here, I realized those things didn't matter to me so much anymore, partially because I guess nobody really cared as much and I was working from home. So who saw me? And that's totally fine. Because again, the most important thing is that you're honest with yourself and you're communing with yourself, right? Yeah, the world, as you'll find over the years, it changes in unexpected ways. So just keep an eye out for opportunities, even if they're not presented to you, just looking for them. And some of that is about making connections with people, asking questions, making offers, But yeah, don't wait for people always to say like, hey, I have an opportunity for you. Start knocking on some of those doors and see which ones you can get to open. All right, let's talk about cutting to the pie. The most important thing if you want to become a game developer is to make games. And that can be really challenging, particularly when you're starting out. It's a struggle to do something that you haven't done before or something that you're not familiar with. And, for me, I had a COVID project that I wanted to learn to draw, but it was mentally challenging because I really didn't like what I was drawing. It was just like really bad. And it made me feel bad about myself that, hey, why am I doing this when the output that I have is terrible? But the fact is, when you make something bad, it's way better than making something perfect in your head. You're not growing if you're not making bad things. And in fact, if you do something right the first time, your brain doesn't change. If you're familiar with neuroplasticity, the idea that when you do something a bunch of times, your brain literally changes to better support and optimize for the skills and thought patterns that you need to do that. That only works when you fail and you try again. So even though it can feel very stressful and maybe anxious, and our bodies are really good at making us feel like it's the end of the world when something doesn't feel right. But don't let your anxiety take the wheel. You get to decide what's important. Make your decisions based on logic, at least as much as anything else. And try to embrace that discomfort, because without discomfort, there is no growth. All right. I don't know if you've ever gotten the advice to trust your gut. It's terrible advice, at least at this point in your life. You don't have a gut yet. And actually, research shows that we are very bad as human beings at predicting how we will experience a situation and whether or not we'll like a particular thing if we haven't had any experiences like it before. Intuition is honed by experience. Once you have relevant experiences, you can sort of start to intuit and have a more realistic sense of how something is going to land with you. So that means that when you do a little bit of everything and have a breadth of experiences, you're better prepared to understand and predict how you're going to like a certain thing. So for example, when I was entering the industry, my manager would ask me, hey, what kind of work do you want to do? Do you want to get into graphics? Do you want to get into, more gameplay stuff, more UI? And I had no idea because I hadn't done any of those things. I didn't even know where to start. And when you don't know where to go, and when you have equal options and you can't tell which ones are the better ones, the most important thing is just to make a decision and move forward rather than agonizing over what's the right choice. Because say, for example, that I decided, hey, I'm going to try out graphics, and I did that for a little while and realized that I hated it. Okay, now I have that experience. I have that understanding. Hopefully I learned a thing or two. Now I can try something else. And of course, importantly, while you're trying these things, some of them you may not like. Some of them you might think you wouldn't like, but if you give it a chance, you'll surprise yourself. But pay attention to how you feel. Again, what's inside of you and how things make you feel and what you value, those are the things that should really be driving your decisions. And keep in mind, if your sort of metaphorical peak is that optimal, 5-year self alter ego, sometimes you have to climb downhill a little bit in order to reach a higher peak. So, for example, I took that job with player behavior, working in a totally different space. I did that for several years, advanced myself as an engineer. And when I wanted to move back to gameplay, I wasn't at a staff level as a gameplay engineer. I had been an associate the last time I did gameplay engineering. I was fortunate enough that my employer was willing to give me some space to ramp up on the job. But I seriously considered when I was looking at some other studios, for example, Bethesda here, I would have had to apply to a senior job, which would have been a demotion. And just because, it is in some ways a step down the mountain, doesn't make it the wrong choice, because, that was a path that would have led me to develop myself as a gameplay engineer. Yeah, when you're thinking about developing yourself, think about how you develop software in an iterative fashion. You will never know less about yourself than you do right now. As you live life, have experiences, try things, you learn more about yourself. And of course, yourself also changes. So don't make a plan now and then never revisit it. You want to kind of take things one step at a time and then update as your context updates, so that you're steering in a way that is relevant to what's going on around you. And you're also your own most reliable investment. If you are working on something, developing your skills, developing your experiences, developing your network, all of that stuff stays with you as you continue in your life and your career. So even if you feel like, oh, this didn't go how I wanted it to, there are still things that you come away with better for. And if you get stuck at any point and realize, hey, I don't really know where to go with my career now, just go back to trying something new, because again, as you try different things, you're building up those experiences and your intuition. All right. Something that I didn't see a lot with, and I was no exception, particularly at the entry level, is humility. I think, for myself at least, when I entered into the studio, I was very quiet for the first couple of years. I was afraid to ask for assignments. I was afraid to ask for clarifications. I didn't want to admit that there were things that I didn't know, because I thought that showed weakness, that, hey, maybe I'm not qualified to be here, because if I was, I would understand what you were talking about. And when you try and cover up the gaps that you have, you don't have an opportunity to fill them in. When you are transparent about things in a way that is vulnerable, you're also building trust with the people that you're being honest with. So I would encourage you to ask questions and know that even the most advanced seniors in whatever craft, they don't know everything. But what they're really good at is understanding how to approach bridging that gap, how to get the necessary information and skills developed in order to complete whatever their task is. All right, let's get back into networking. Your network, it's like a hack. Gets you into rooms that you might not have otherwise got into, introductions to people that you may never have otherwise had a chance to talk to. Even just say like LinkedIn, as you're building up your network, it's going to affect your daily feed, the things that you see, right? Whether that's job leads or advice, craft tips. Your network is going to be transmitting information, and by adding them to your network, you're becoming a recipient of that information. So just keep that in mind as you're networking. I know a lot of folks are having issues even just getting a human to review their resume. There's a lot of like auto AI filtering going on these days, and advice about optimizing for that. But if you know somebody who can talk to a recruiter at whatever place you're trying to get in, just get those human eyes on your resume, and instantly, like, you have a much better chance of at least making it in for an interview, getting a chance at that job. Your previous colleagues, whether they're classmates or later on folks that you work with, they can also connect you with other folks, because yeah, right now, maybe you guys work on the same team or you're in the same class, and they don't have any special connections that you don't have, but you connect now, and 5 years from now, Maybe they're working at a place that you want to go to, or they know somebody who knows somebody. It's you've probably heard before, but it's really true. Like who you know really matters. And of course, people actually do like to help other people. There's something I think psychological about sort of optimizing for the us and the us versus them. And if you are in somebody's network, you are in their community, you are on the us side, and they are more likely to want to help you and go out of their way to do so. And just, of course, a quick reminder again that anything you post or anything that you really put out in a professional environment, it shapes your brand. So keep that in mind and make sure that you are being intentional about the development of your brand. All right, let's talk about the LLM in the room. How do we make great games that people want to play and care about when AI makes it so that anyone can make a game? Don't play follow the leader. Yeah, AI is really fast and cheap, and it's great at learning from observation, which means that as things become standard, AI is going to train on that, and you're going to flood the market with cookie cutter games that all have this new thing that they were just trained on. Which is not to say that AI is bad or you shouldn't use it. Definitely leverage it to speed up your process. And also keep in mind that you, not the AI, is the expert on being human. So I would highly recommend that you lean into connecting with your players by evoking their emotions. That is the human element that AI has no insight into. So when you're creating experiences, if you make something that is real and raw and gives people an emotional experience, it is 100% going to stand out when every other game in their feed is just a crisp, clean cookie cutter version of the same thing. And as you probably already know, that's kind of the appeal of indie games, right? All right. So if you can't work at a studio, but you want to make games, it's quite possible that your team is just going to be you and your AI. And that's fine, but keep in mind that you have to be the diligent one because you are responsible for what you publish. So pay attention and stay engaged. It can be really easy to just feed a couple of prompts in and watch the AI do its thing and just, you know, assume that it's done the right thing. And that would be a mistake. AI needs to take things slow, one step at a time, and show its work because, yes, it has access to an obscene amount of information and context, but not all of that is loaded in and being used at a particular moment when you're giving it a prompt. So you want to make sure that they have the context they need, whether that is asking them first to do research about something or telling the AI to ask you questions that will help guide its understanding of what it is that you need. Sometimes you get stuck in a loop. I don't know if you've ever seen that. You just like ask them to do something and you're going back and forth a few prompts and you can't quite get them to do the thing you want. And that's when it's really helpful to understand what they're making, whether that is more on the code side or the art side. I guess myself as an engineer, I can't say for sure that it transfers one-to-one with art, but you know, if you're not getting the functionality that you want, look at the code yourself and see if you can kind of figure out where the AI should start and give them that breadcrumb, and that will just kind of help pull them out of that loop that they get stuck in. And of course, you want to sanity check everything. You may not understand everything that needs to go into a game right away. That's totally fair. Just make sure that you're taking time to stop and learn, whether that's doing your own research or asking the AI to walk you through how to do something. And ask for the sources, verify the sources, because often you've probably seen hallucinations come from basically aggregating information from multiple sources, and they just sort of misinterpret the right way to aggregate it. And again, you're responsible for what you publish, okay? So anything that you put out there, it has your name, and depending if there's like security vulnerabilities or some big issue, you do not want to get caught up in that, okay? So if there's something that you're not sure that you can review, whether because it's too much or it's not your area of expertise, get another set of eyes, human eyes, to take a look. All right. So in conclusion, becoming a professional game dev, no piece of cake. But with the hunger to get into game development and a sharp razor, you can still get your slice of pie. Thank you. Do we have time for questions? Anybody got any questions for us? Does the stream have a way to write in? Do they know how to ask how to send them in?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, if you're on the stream, send in your questions. Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
If you mind sharing, is your
Yeah, absolutely. So the question was, what does my alter ego look like 5 years in the future? So I'll say when I use this approach, my alter ego, it definitely, I try to lean on the side of being helpful. Like I'll never say I'm too busy for whatever it is, whether they're on my team or in my discipline, you know. I like to stop and help. It creates obviously like a positive engagement and connection. It gives me opportunities and exposures to work on things and solve problems that I haven't, you know, looked at before. I also have a reputation for being a very critical code reviewer. And, you know, of course, want to make sure that I'm delivering feedback in a way that's compassionate and empathetic. But certainly my alter ego is not going to let defects in as much as I can. If my name is on a code review, I don't care that I didn't write the code. I'm still going to catch the bugs, you know? So I think, yeah, I would just say like generally my alter ego is sort of the way I think of it. If, you know, my manager is writing my end of year review, what is the best possible thing that they can say that I did in this situation? And that's what I'm going to try to do. Yeah, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
earlier in the presentation, we were talking about the portfolio.
Yeah.
And take videos and photos of your work.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know, like, where do you put them? Like, how do you show them off to people?
Sure. So the question is about building your portfolio, and particularly when you're taking the photos and videos of your work, how do you present it? Where do you put it? So when you have a portfolio, it depends on your discipline exactly how you want to do it, but generally, you know, it's good to have some sort of personal website, which I believe if you go through the capstone program here, they still have you actually do that as part of the program. And so, you know, my portfolio, for example, I'll have, you know, a list of the titles or projects that I worked on, a synopsis, a couple of screenshots, maybe a trailer or a gameplay video. And then I'll have, you know, optionally, you can expand it to learn more about, I'll tell you about the particular challenges that I worked on, or you can actually download the software. But yeah, having a personal website is a great way to do that, because then you can link it on your resume, you can link it on your LinkedIn. I'm sure there's, you know, services like web services that allow you to put a portfolio if like web development isn't really your thing. Do like a WordPress or something. But yeah, just put them online, put it all together somewhere that's easy to navigate, that allows you to see things at a glance and then dig in further if you're more interested in you know, more details. Sure. Anyone else? Yeah, and then
Making a razor for yourself and making a for yourself. If you're in a situation where you don't know what you're gonna do, you don't know what you're gonna do.
yeah, sorry, could you repeat? I heard you were talking about developing a razor for yourself. What was the second part? In your alter ego? Yeah, absolutely. So the question is, how do you develop your razor and your alter ego when you're just starting out and you don't really know where you want to go? And that is a very likely place, I think, that a lot of folks are starting out from. Because again, if you haven't experienced things, how do you know if you're going to like it, or you know, what direction you should possibly go in? And the best advice that I can give you is just to try things, especially and include things that you don't think that you'll like, because just like you'll be surprised that the things that you think that you will like turn out not to be that interesting to you when you do it in practice, you'll find the opposite is true as well. Some of the things that you kind of wanted to stay away from, if you give it a chance, you may find it engaging and want to get into it further. So I would say early in your career, try to get a breadth of experiences, whether that's working on different genres, different tools, working with different folks. Try and just get a lot of different experiences to get a better sense of the landscape and sort of where you want to fit in there. And then as you start to find the things that are more engaging and interesting to you, then you want to work on developing your depth and really kind of hyper-focus on developing the skills and experiences that will make you excellent in that particular space. And, you know, you can kind of bounce around between those two strategies as you go, because careers aren't linear. So there may be times when you want to pivot and you don't know where to pivot to. Go back to breadth. Any other questions?
If you have to start over, would you start with an indie project, or would you follow the same path that you followed in the past?
For me?
Yeah.
So the question is, if I had to start over, would I follow the path that I had already followed or go indie?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I had to start over now, I would go indie because I think it's really important, particularly with this kind of industry where a lot of people want to get into it and there's a lot of competition, to sort of ruthlessly prioritize. You want to be very efficient in how you're spending your time just to kind of maximize your output. And so I really think that, unfortunately, the studio option just isn't a great way to go right now. Very low likelihood of success, even if you're a superstar. So be a superstar, make an indie game, you know, make a splash, build your portfolio, get some experience doing other stuff. That's exactly what I would do. If I had to do it over again 13 years ago, I'd probably follow the same path. I'm pretty happy with where I ended up. Anything from the stream? Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Going back to like the portfolio thing, what if you have found something that you think you can like really make a career out of it and something that you want to invest in more? Do you want to? Is it better to like go all in on that medium or like art style, or is it better more beneficial to branch out to something else anyway?
Yeah, so the question is, when you're building out your portfolio, if you find something that you enjoy doing, should you focus on building the depth there, or should you get other experiences as well? I would say it depends. And so the conversation that will lead you to the right answer for you starts again with what's important to you. What are your values, right? Like, why do you enjoy the thing that you're enjoying, and why are you considering going deep on that? And conversely, what would be the argument to go and experience more breadth, right? And I would say generally, you probably don't want to become like a hyper specialist very early in your career. Certainly, when you get more into like the senior level, there's two kind of categories, which is the generalist and the specialist. But when you're starting out, you want to have generally more breadth. Kind of starting in the generalist area will also help you make sure that, like, yeah, maybe you're really into that one thing that you're doing right now, but there may be something that you like even better, but you've never tried it, right? So yeah, I would say it really depends on what's important to you, but you can kind of figure that out. Start with your values, and then develop the razor from there, and kind of figure out where that guides you. And you know, that's probably going to take you in a couple different directions, but knowing what the trade-offs are between those will help you figure out what's right for you. And you know, spend a little bit of time doing whatever that is, and then come back to the question and run that exercise again. Yeah, go ahead.
Where do you see the industry?
Question is, where do I see the industry in the next 5 years? I will say immediately that's a tricky question for someone who's a bit out of the loop, and also pretty broad. My hope is, honestly, 5 years is not a lot of time for an industry to develop. So I don't know, maybe it would be a little further out. But my hope is that we do kind of settle into a better space when it comes to working with LLMs. Obviously, that's a big hot topic, and particularly, you know, in the US, we're trying to optimize for time and money. And so I think we've definitely kind of, as an industry, swung too far in one direction. And some of the decisions that people, leadership in a lot of cases, have made during COVID, when everybody was at home playing games, over investing in things, that kind of compounded, I think, the effect of AI. So what I would hope to see, at least in the coming years, is some sort of industry approach to fixing the issues with our pipeline, where basically, like, now folks who are employed at these studios tend to be like very senior, because, you know, they can, you know, one senior may be producing the same amount of work as, like, you know, 10 associates, right? So, like, strategically, from an efficiency perspective, that might make sense. But as an industry, if we don't find a way to bring, you know, associates in and train them and give y'all a path to go, long term, we're not going to be in a good place. So we gotta find a way to stabilize and really optimize, not just for today's projects that we're making, but how we want to create and sustain our industry for decades. I think I saw a hand somewhere over here. Anyone? Yeah, go ahead.
So one of the things I would say is basically cut back on the parts that are redundant.
one of my questions is, with working with groups and individuals, how do you sharpen your own razor without cutting out like people's chance to be involved in projects and really have a chance to participate while being able to develop the skills that you want to work on?
Okay, so I believe the question is when you're working with other folks on a team, how do you take your razor and apply it in a way that doesn't take opportunities away from your teammates? Is that right? Okay, great. Yeah, so obviously it's going to be a conversation, hopefully, when you're working in these teams, that you help each other understand, these are the things that I want to work on, these are the ways that I want to grow. And if there is a conflict where you and somebody else, you're both very interested in working on something, I would definitely suggest working together, right? Like pairing is a very powerful tool, particularly if you know, you still have a lot to learn in that space. But there may be times where you really just need one person to work on something, and you know, however you work it out with that person, it starts with understanding, again, like what is the conflict, who wants to do what. So have that conversation first, and then, you know, talk about it and compromise the way you would about any other thing. Yeah. Oh, and I'll also say, like, also don't be afraid to, you know, mix up your teams. Like, obviously not if it's a project and you've been assigned a team, you know, with school or whatever. But if you're working with somebody and you find that you're frequently in conflict and kind of stepping on each other's toes, they may not be the right person for you to work with in at least the short term. Anyone else? All right, I think we're all set. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everybody. We're going to get started right now. Thank you guys so much for waiting in between. We are ready now for our presentation from Seth Davis, who's going to be presenting his project, 12 games at 12 months. I'm really excited for this one, and I hope you are too. As a reminder, if you're trying to eat something or you need to step out for just a moment, be sure to do so. The exits out the back would be preferable. But in general, thank you so much for your attention, and we're going to go ahead and get started now. Take it away, Seth. Oh, there we go. Is that working?
Yes. Hopefully. Cool. Hello, everybody. My name is Seth Davis. Just a little bit of context real quick. Last year, I decided to do a crazy challenge for myself, completely unprompted, to make 12 games in the entire year of 2025. And so I titled this challenge 12 Games in 12 Months, and we'll sort of get into it. So you may be wondering, who is this guy that's standing up here? Well, first and foremost, I'm a gameplay engineer at Firaxis. I've been there for about 4 or 5 years now. And so, important context, I am an engineer by trade, so take everything within this presentation within that context. I'm definitely not an artist. But I am quite the game jam addict. I love to make games under a short period of time. It's one of like my biggest hobbies. You'll often see me do the GMTK game jam. Is the one I'll usually do that every year. Sometimes I'll participate in the global game jam. And then oftentimes I'll just, at night, I'll work on my own little projects that I just have outside of work. For those of you who do not know, I can speak today. I'm an alumni from here at UMBC. I was part of the UMBC Game Developers Club. Yeah, represent. So I've done one of these before. I've been to this before, and it's super exciting to be up here today to talk about this little crazy project that I had. So, a simple plan. It's so easy. So 12 games in 12 months is a lot of games in a very short period of time. So I sort of created some rules for myself around this. Less rules, more like allowances mostly. So ideally, I'd make a game every month, but on average, I didn't want to like constrain myself to like a game. A game every month. So if I had a really great idea, I could give myself 2 months. If I had a project that was going really well, that I could just do it in like a couple weeks. So I didn't want to like restrain myself to any specific deadlines. I didn't want to specifically do video games either. I know you guys just did some tabletop stuff recently, so I've worked on some board games as well. I wanted, especially, I'll get into this later, but collaboration with other developers was huge for this project. It was not just me. It would have never gotten done if it was just me. But also, as aforementioned, I do a lot of game jams. So if I did game jams in the year, that counts. And then, of course, all these games would be free to play, ideally, by the end of the year. So, did I complete my goal? Yes, I did. I made 12 of them. Thank you. You may be wondering, Seth, did you make this presentation to brag about this? And yes, I did. But also, there's a lot of important lessons that I learned, so much so that you'll probably notice in the bottom right-hand corner, I gave this presentation to Firaxis, where I work currently, and it was super insightful to the developers there. I got permission to bring it here to UMBC, which is really exciting. So yeah, I made 12 of these games, and there's a lot of them. There's a lot of different genres. I made some, strategy games. I like Cryptid Fire and Rescue is a firefighting game where you control cryptids, very fun. I made some very fast-paced games, like POV, Pizza is Illegal, and You're a Delivery Guy. That one was pretty fun. That was also my first 3D game. I worked in Godot. So I wanted to get a good variety of genres, really kind of not fall into the same like slump of games that I'm used to making. So why did I do this to myself? This guy, he's a YouTuber. You may know him, Joel Haver. He paused his YouTube channel in 2024 with the goal of making 12 movies in 12 months to show kind of how accessible filmmaking was. Now, if you don't recognize Joel, you may know him from some of his other projects. He's worked in Smiling Friends. He's worked on High on Life, and he's also, most recently, he was Waterboy on Dispatch, if you played that game. So he's a really funny guy. And so he did achieve this. He was able to make 12 movies in 12 months, despite how impossible it may sound. So my question to myself going into 2025, feeling very inspired by this project of his, could I do this with games? Like, was this possible? May feel similar, but it's very different. You can't just put up a camera and do, not to diminish filmmaking at all, but you can't just put up a camera, read some lines, and then edit later in post. There is a whole, you need art, you need music, you need programming, you need designs, you need all sorts of stuff. So what would I, with all this to do in a year, what would I create? I was like, genuinely didn't know. I didn't have any plans going into this. I didn't know what ideas would sort of blossom under these sorts of restrictions. And most importantly, what can I learn and what can I bring to you guys today about what I learned? So let's see. Starting is the most important part. You guys have heard this advice a million, billion, trillion times, and I know it, and I know you hate it, and I even hate it myself, but it's so true. Just do it, man. You just gotta start. Motivation is super important. That is probably the biggest struggle for me during this whole sort of challenge, was like staying motivated, especially when you're like in the middle of a project that maybe you don't think is going the way you hoped. So sometimes it can just be really important to get started. So most importantly, just try and do like one thing a day. Like that can be anywhere from like writing one line of code or fixing a bug or drawing a sprite or making a sound effect or writing like one design for like an ability that you want to have in the game. So like just doing one thing, and then you can just say like, I did it. And you won't feel bad about yourself later. But here's the great part about doing one thing is chances are, at least this is in my experience, if you like the project you're working on, you'll get sucked right back into it the moment you implement one thing. Oh, that one line of code I wrote, I was playing the game and it caused a bug with another system. Let me go fix that other system up. Oh, this sprite I made, it would really look nice if it was animated. Like, why don't I animate this? Oh, this design I wrote, let me implement it into the game. And I didn't really, achieve the design I wanted to. So let's go back to the drawing board on that. So these sorts of small changes you can make can often balloon into, larger changes, and you can just find yourself getting sucked right back into the project all over again. And of course, there are many other ways to get motivation for your project. Most notably, if you just play your game. I think for me, there were definitely a few projects where I would just play it longer than maybe I should have working on these projects. So once you have a project that you can really just play as a player, that's how you know you've got something great, and it really helps you to like decide and figure out like, oh, what else would be cool in this? What else could I do? Of course, collaboration is another great way to get motivation. If having other people who are just as excited about your project as you are is super big. And also just sending it to friends and family for like play testing is really huge. Sometimes they have opinions on things that you would have never have thought of. And sometimes they crash your game. So that's also very fun. But creating reusable systems. Yeah, so this is, I did mention I was a programmer. So this is me talking about programming for a bit. But it's important for everybody. When designing a game system, it's really important that you make it robust enough to basically be reused, especially in this challenge. I reused a lot of these systems across many different projects. You'll see on the side there's 3 different games that I made. The top one was called the Stargazers Club, the middle one was called Curse Words, and the bottom one was called Gummy Bear Stretch. And they're all very, very different games. Top one was a bit of an RPG, the middle one was like a typing game, the bottom one was like kind of a puzzle game. All different dialogues, all the same system. They visually look very different, but under the hood, they are all running the same code for reading text and interpreting them and animating it. You'll see there's a little wiggle. I don't know how easy it is to see on the screen from the room, but there's like little wiggles in the text or like how it sort of moves across the screen. All very important for that system. So that was like super helpful when developing these games. It even helped with like motivation to be like, oh, I need a dialogue system for this game. Oh, I made one. It was last month or a year ago, or oh, let me reuse this. The code just needs a little bit of tweaking and then suddenly it works for my needs. So that can be really important when you're just at a short time span. You need something quickly, and just seeing things work can really help. Oh, let me go to the next thing. It'll save you a massive amount of time generally. And of course, this is coming from Firaxis Games. This is what Sid Meier very famously does in his free time. He loves making systems like this. He spends a lot of his time doing it. And yeah, some other examples I think from my project is I made an ability system for the first game that I mentioned earlier. Cryptid Fire and Rescue was a tactics game, so I made a whole ability system for that. Probably put way too much time into it than I should have. It took that project probably took the longest out of most because I decided to do that. But the great thing about that is I was able to reuse that ability system for Stargazers Club, which was, despite being 2 different types of games, one was tactics, one was a real-time action game, I could use the same ability system and it saved 1 billion hours of dev time on those other projects. And of course, I don't have an image of it here, but there was a project I made called Too Many Tabs. It was a game about being an IT guy working at the CIA, and the secret agent needs your help, but your computer sucks, so you have to manage all your tabs. I made a whole system for that, specifically for that game, about like opening and closing apps and tabs and how you can move them around like you would on like your desktop. And it made it so easy that I probably made way too many apps and half of them did not get into the final game because part of them were just like not even necessary. I just did them for fun. All right, collaborate. This is what I've been getting at since the beginning. As much as I would love, and I'm sure you would love to make a game all by yourself, there are people that do that, and those people are insane. But they make some great stuff. But if you're just like me, or you're just learning, it can be hard to just do everything yourself. I'm not an artist. I'm a terrible artist. You do not want to see the art I make. But this is where you can recruit your friends, and you can really, if you can get people enthusiastic about your project, it can help with, like I said, motivation. It can be really motivating to see like good art in your game. This is me speaking, but generally, it's really fun to just like when you get an asset sent by someone you've worked with that you've been really hoping for, it can help. Oh yeah, let me get that in the game, and then now that's in the game, I'm noticing some like things I would love to change about how the game plays, and then it starts that cycle all over again. And you can also gain a larger audience. If you're trying to gain an audience, the more collaborators you have, the merrier. Over here are a few examples of art that I did not make, but we had some dinosaurs, some amazing player sprites animated, some 3D models that some of my amazing collaborators worked on, and I will thank them at the end of the presentation. All right, but what if you don't have friends? Some of you may relate to this. Asset packs are an amazing way to do this. I used a ton of asset packs for these games. Actually, really, ton is a bit of an exaggeration. I had like 2 that I found that I really liked, and they were these top-down pixel art ones that were super helpful. You see that there's that tree I put there. That tree I probably used in like 10 of the 12 projects. That's a really nice tree. I love that tree, man. And yeah, these 2 asset packs, they were like $5 total, maybe. Like not super crazy. You can get them on itch.io. And they saved me a ton of time. And it can really help you get like a vision of what you want your game to look like too. Now, I do want to add a bit here. If you're going to be collaborating with yourself, there is a bit of a siren song of AI. It's going to be a hot button topic, I'm sure. It's already been touched on by some of our other presenters, but I did, experiment a little bit with making assets, content with AI, and it often kind of produced some low quality stuff. Now, a lot of these games I was making were pixel art or 3D, which AI is especially not very good at doing. So take that with a bit of a grain of salt. You can also, cost money for each asset you want to just generate too, often, which is like compared to like the one-time payment you would have for like asset packs. And they're also not usually game ready. You'll probably need to edit them to like make their backgrounds transparent and that sort of stuff. That being said, I did find it helpful to use ChatGPT to like as a rubber duck. And if you don't know what that kind of means, a rubber duck in programming is sort of like someone you can bounce ideas off of or just talk to kind of figure out a problem without just staring at your screen in silence for like an hour. Sometimes it can really help to just like talk to someone, and if it's just you, then you can, and AI is usually pretty helpful with that. It's also really cool. You can get like some ideas that maybe you never thought about that like, oh, like, the AI says this would be a cool name for my project. That's actually not a bad idea. Like I didn't have a name yet. That would be interesting. So yeah, I think generally it's not useless, but I do say, I think especially for students, I don't want people to get caught in the like, the vortex of it, We'll always make sure the code that, if you are using AI to help write code, make sure you review that AI's code, make sure you always understand what it's outputting before putting it in your game. And that goes the same for content and art and stuff. All right, final thoughts. Would I do it again? Hell no, dude. That was crazy. But am I glad I did it? Hell yeah. I loved it. It was a lot of work. It was a lot of stress, but at the end of the day, I had some really great games, and at the end of each sort of project that I created, I always felt accomplished, even if the project wasn't entirely reaching the hopes. I wasn't going into this thinking, I'm going to make 12 amazing, timeless masterpieces. No, I knew some of them were going to suck, because just by the nature of the challenge. Because there weren't always bangers. But I did always learn something, yes and no. Some projects I just really wanted to make. Like, for example, Fossil Fit was a game I made last year. It was a puzzle game about uncovering dinosaur bones and then reassembling them puzzle piece style. I've had that idea in the back of my head in a Google Doc somewhere for like ages, and I'm like, I need to make this one day. Did I win anything for that project? Not really, but I had a lot of fun making it. But there are other projects like the pizza delivery game where I had not worked with 3D and Godot before. And that was like super insightful just to kind of pressure cook myself into like, oh, I gotta make a 3D Godot game in a month. What would be fun for this? Pizza delivery game, how about that? So that was super insightful. I learned a lot about it. But at the end of the day, yeah, I had 12 games that I could point at and say, yeah, I did that. And of course, I want to use this opportunity to just kind of encourage everyone that's here and that makes games to kind of not just to create, but really enjoy the process of creating, because you can really find some amazing things, find some amazing ideas. All right, and just a quick special thanks for all my collaborators. These are a couple Firaxis folks. Dimitro Nebesh, he's from Firaxis. He's a sound designer. He did all the music. Amazing, crazy guy. He did all the music and sounds for me, which was amazing. Chandrahas, he's a 3D animator. He worked on the 3D titles with me. Kyle Bunk, he's a 2D animator. Well, he did the pixel art. He's an ex-Firaxis. I don't know where he is now. He might be at... I'll have to check. But he is he's usually from Firaxis previously. He did some sprite animation for me, which is awesome. Michael Cody, he also did some amazing sprites. He also made this awesome little diorama collage banner thing, which was really cool in the style of UFO 50, if you've played that. And of course, Ian Schwinsky is a friend of mine from college. He's a writer. He worked on all the typing games and all the dialogue-heavy games with me, which saved a lot of time, because it turns out it takes time to write dialogue, you guys. It's not easy. All right, and then I open up to questions. All right, I'm gonna start with you. Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Earlier in your presentation, you said gain a larger audience. Do you have any tips on how to do that?
That is a good question. I've done a few events in the past. I think gaining an audience, I don't necessarily have a large audience. I think I should say that first. But in the past, if you've ever, we have a local chapter of the International Game Developers Association, the IGDA. That is a great spot to meet other local developers and also find events where you can take the games that you are making. So that is often the place where I find that I get the most success in getting an audience for the games that I'm creating, because you can literally sit down with your players and they can play it in front of you. You can watch them. They'll tell their friends about it. They'll come over and play it. And generally you can send out links. I know there are a lot of people here who are actually working on Steam games, so they might have more information about... I don't know why I'm looking at you. So they might have more insight into exactly how that works in the more like network of Steam projects, but yeah, as for like smaller projects, like what I'm working on, I would say like local events are highly recommended. Yes, right here with the nice hair. It's good hair, man.
How would you, so hypothetically you're done with most of these games, right?
Yeah.
But if you weren't, and let's say like you wanted to move on with like a few of these ideas, how would you kind of gauge what ideas would be worth moving on with?
I think the two factors, and the two factors that I think I would use were like how much fun did I have working on it, and how much fun did people have playing it, and that including myself. So I think, let me go back to like where I had all those. Yes, these. So for example, I think one popular one was Pentuple. It's right up in the top left-hand corner there. That was sort of a dice Balatro type game. Had a lot of fun just making little ability jokers. If you've played Balatro, you can use sort of like powers to upgrade your run, your roguelike run. So I had a lot of fun making all those little powers for like this dice Yahtzee game. And also a lot of people had fun breaking it. And a lot of people would just find the craziest combos of like, hey Seth, the integer overflowed and now the screen is showing 9 billion times. So it's like, oh, okay, well I should probably fix that or leave it, I don't know. But that was a lot of fun to work on. That's probably a project that I would continue if I had the chance. There's also projects that I don't think I quite completed yet, like Stargazers Club was a bit of a larger project. It was sort of an RPG real-time action RPG. So I think there's a lot of depth there that I didn't get to explore. So that's probably another type of project that I would, might take a second look at. Cool. Over here.
What were the board games you worked on?
Yes, the board games. I've worked on some board games in the past, but I did one for this period. It was 52 Stick Up. I designed it in a way to, I wanted it to be easily printable and playable for people who might not have a chance to because board games require physical components. Not everyone has, dice or something. So I wanted to make it so that you could print it out. You can go to the itch page and print it out on like any old printer, and the only thing it requires physically is a deck of 52 cards, which I think most people usually have. So that was the design goal with it. And it's generally, if you've ever played Root, some people may be familiar with Root. I see one person's very excited. Root is like an asymmetrical game where you kind of everyone has their own goals and they're all using the same resources. So that was sort of the idea with 52 Stick Up, was everyone has the same resource of the 52 cards, but everyone's sort of playing their own sort of goal. All right. Yes, up here in the nice suit.
So, evidently with these 12 games, you had 1 month to do each. Because we all are doing a bunch of projects, some may fail, some may succeed, we may not finish them. How much time do you believe that should be spent on a project, or can you give a quantification of when we should decide, hey, we've learned from this, let's move on to the next thing?
That is a tough question. I think it definitely depends on the project. I mean, for this challenge in specific, I had sort of the hard deadline of I need to make 12 of these, so maybe now is the time I end it. But I think what's most important for the first thing you should do when you're trying to make a project is something called an MVP, minimum viable product, not a most valuable person. That's different. Yes, so minimum viable product is when you can basically show the game off and be like, this is something that we could sell if there was more to it. We just need to add content. There's a base game here, it's fun to play, it's got the nice art, you can play through a level, or you can run through one run of this roguelike, but there's not a lot of content to it. So the only really thing you would need to do is expand on the systems that we have implemented, or add more levels, or add more powers, or art, or sounds. I think at that point, that's usually a good time to take a step back and be like, hey, is this worth continuing? Did we learn what we've learned? Was this a good project? Yes, up top.
How much time did you spend working on 52 Stick Up compared to the video games?
Well, so 52 Stick Up, I will say the most of the time that I spent on 52 Stick Up, and this was kind of what surprised me about it, was that playtesting was huge for that one. When you make a video game, you can be like, oh, there's some bugs that I gotta fix, and it generally works. But when 52 Stick Up probably required the most playtesting, I would write rules, and then I would have a general idea in my head of how the game would play, and then I would sit in front of some people, and they'd be like, this doesn't make any sense, dude. And so that would be sort of the, quote, bugs I would have to fix with it. So it took longer than I expected, I would say. A lot of it comes down to especially in a very systemic game where you have a lot of different things happening, like Root. It's important to get the vocabulary and the rules very strict and down very tight. So that is what I spent a lot of my time doing. Now, it doesn't take a lot of time to make the components for the game, but it did take a lot of time to sort of write the rules, get everyone on the same page, find what strategies were sort of becoming dominant, especially for a multiplayer versus game. In the first draft of the game, I think there was one specific class that was just overpowering and very won like 90% of the game. So I had to take a step back and be like, oh, why is this happening? Oh, it's the only class that can draw cards. That's crazy. Maybe that shouldn't be the case. Maybe everyone should be able to do that. So that's sort of an example of what needed to happen. But yeah, I would say it surprised me how long it took compared to the others. Yeah, Rick.
Now, you'll have to excuse me, I stepped out quite a few times to start getting the lunch ready, but I wanted to ask, of the projects that you have here, which one do you think has the most potential to go on to be like a full type Steam game release, or do you think you could take the farthest?
Yeah, that's a tough one. It's like choosing my favorite child, except it's
My mom knows
easy.
which one she has.
Oh yeah, yeah. We all know it's you. I think if I had to pick, it would probably be Stargazers Club, specifically because earlier I had mentioned that I think there's a lot of unexplored depth. I mean, it already is sort of a very systemic game. It's a top-down action RPG. So like RPGs in general usually have a lot of depth there. And this is as I was saying earlier, this was sort of an MVP of what that project might look like. So really, it only had 1.5 zones that you could explore, like 2 enemies and a boss, and like 2 sort of special abilities. So I think there's a lot of room for that game to grow potentially into something else. Yeah, in the middle here.
You've talked about how your goal was to make 12 games in like a year, and with that you probably have ideas or original ideas, but then the scope of that could very much balloon. So my question is, how can you prevent scope creep or prevent yourself from biting off more than you can chew?
All right, how can I prevent scope creep? Yeah, so this is a good question. I think it's definitely something that you kind of gain a muscle for when you work on a lot of game jams. I think the number one thing for scope creep is like sort of just like what I was saying earlier with an MVP. Just make sure you can get like the basics in. And are the basics, easy to sort of if it's a short-term, like for a game jam, if you're making it in 2 days, you probably don't want to make a game that has a bunch of different levels and a bunch of different mechanics. You'll probably want to make sure that you have like one mechanic that you're really excited about, and then as the project develops, you'll find what makes that sort of fun. I would say scope creep sort of happens as you're developing, so it's really important to just kind of, it's sort of a learned skill. It's just to be able to realize when you realize that you are adding something that might not be sort of required for the fun of the project at its core, and just sort of being able to rein that in. But yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah, right here.
I know you already said that these are like your 12 kids, but I would love to ask you which one is your least favorite.
Oh, that's easy.
Well, because I'd love to know what went wrong and like, what you would have done different.
Yeah, my least favorite child is Billiards Brawl. I hate that kid. I think that one specifically kind of fell through the cracks because it was a very busy month for me already. So I had a lot of extra life stuff going on, so I didn't have a lot of time to work on that game. It kind of, the general idea for Billiards Brawl was like, oh, what if you were playing pool, but your the cue ball and all the other balls that you're playing with had like special powers that you, like, oh, like this one, when it hits another one, it causes an explosion and all of them go flying. I was like, what if we had something like that? And so I made a general system for that, and it was fun to make different powers for that for a period. But I had originally, and the version that's posted is a 1v1 hot seat multiplayer. And I think near the end of the project, someone who was playtesting it said, hey, this would be way more fun if it was like a roguelike. And I was like, damn, he's right. This sucks. No, it's still like an okay game. I had a lot of fun making it. But I think it's one of those things that I think if it took a little more time in the design room, then it would have come out a lot better. And relating to sort of scope creep, like asked earlier, it was near the coming to the end of the month. Like I knew I had other projects that needed to be worked on. So I inevitably just kind of finished up what I had as an MVP for that idea, and then maybe somewhere down the line I'd come back and turn into a roguelike or something like that. Yeah, all the way up there in the decked out 20th anniversary shirt. Represent.
Okay, so as your games are now, not what they have the potential to be, would you be interested in doing like a quick tier list?
Quick? Dude, that's like 12. I could make one later. I could say my top favorite was probably Fossil Fit, which is the puzzle game that I've wanted to make for a while. And my bottom is Billiards Brawl. But the in-betweens, I do not know, unfortunately. I could probably spend hours thinking about that. Yeah. Eric? Yeah. Yes.
Oh, no, I'm Henry.
Oh, wait. Oh my God, you look like someone I know.
He does look like
You do look like Eric. Oh my gosh, Henry.
No, Henry, not it. But so when you were talking about the reusability of systems and games, when you were making a game and you were like, did you think at the moment like, hey, I might be able to use this for another game, so you made it so it was a little more compartmentalized?
Yeah, well, not really, because I made these with sort of the game jam mindset. I do a lot of game jams, so the mindset that I usually have when I'm making a game jam is like, I just got to get it out the door. I don't want to get hung up on like making sure everything is compartmentalized and it's very neat. I write some very ugly code for some of these games, which is bad, but you know, it happens. So there was one period I tried to, for Cryptid Fire and Rescue, probably why it took longer than the other titles was I did try to compartmentalize the ability system a little bit because I knew like this could be useful on other projects. But after I realized how long it sort of took to do that, I decided on future projects like with my dialogue system for Gummy Bear, which originally started with Gummy Bear. I said, well, I'll just kind of keep it in its own folder, but it like I don't really mind if it like, you know, gets connected with other systems. I can always come back later and tear it up and turn it into its own thing. So I think for smaller projects, it's fine if something's connected, but I think for larger projects, it's important to compartmentalize. Yeah, up here.
Where'd you get the inspiration for all these ideas? Because I noticed a lot of these are kind of based off of other games. Some things use some common tropes like deck of cards and dice, but a lot of these appear to be like unique games. I was wondering where the inspiration came from.
Dreams, thin air, I don't know. I think some of these were like old projects that I had like stirring around in a Google Doc. Like Fossil Fit I had mentioned was an idea that I had wanted to do for a while, just hadn't had the time, so I decided I'd dig up that old idea. Some of these were like I would play a game mid-year and be like, oh, it would be cool if this game had this. So that was sort of what Cryptid Fire and Rescue was. I played a firefighting game and I was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if you were like monsters from cryptozoology? That'd be cool. So usually I never had a plan. I didn't really have projects that I was like, oh, I cannot wait to make, Stomp Your Past. That is, absolutely gonna make it. It usually just came out of thin air when I was about to, move into the next month or coming off of the last project. I'd be like, oh, what's something that really interests me right now that I can start thinking about? Right here.
So you work at Firaxis, you do game jams, and you're an indie dev. Where did you get the time of the day to do this?
I don't know, man. I think most importantly, with my job at Firaxis, I take my work-life balance very seriously. I think that's important for everybody, developers and students alike. I show up usually like a little before 9, head out a little after 5, make sure I have some time to myself to work on my own projects when I get home, because I get a lot of fulfillment out of my own projects, and that kind of fuels my development back at work. It's sort of like a nice feedback loop. That is kind of how I find the time to do that. Of course, it's not always perfect. Like I said, with Billiards Brawl, I had a lot of stuff going on. Not bad stuff, just like, sometimes life just goes crazy and you got all sorts of extracurricular things going on that takes priority. So it's important that I think, like, choose your priorities correctly, but at the end of the day, it's like, just kind of find what makes you happy and what, fuels the rest of your life. Yeah. Hell yeah. Cool. Yeah.
What does your average planning process look like for any given idea?
Like 0. That's not true. That's a bit of an exaggeration. I have. Ooh. You're good. I stepped on my thingy. There are some design documents that I wrote. Sometimes I just kind of, let it rip and just kind of start programming and to see what I kind of get hung up on, what sort of ideas kind of excite me. A lot of these would be like, a friend of mine had an idea and like, oh, wouldn't it be interesting if I did that? So generally, yeah. I just, generally just like had fun with it. Yeah, what's up?
What got you into game development? Was there any specific game or project that motivated you to kind of go down this rabbit hole?
Wow. Well, so what motivated me? For the 12 and 12 or just game development in general? Just in general? I don't know. I mean, I played Mario as a kid, and I was like, that seems pretty sick. I'd love to do that. So, I mean, I think growing up, I really wanted to do game dev, and then I came to UMBC for computer science, and I was like, well, I really like programming too, so we had this amazing game developers club. Maybe you guys have heard of it. I don't know. And that was sort of what I think bridged the gap for me of like, oh, this could be a career maybe. Yes, the guy in the amazing hair again.
I like to ask this for a lot of developers because it's always been interesting what they say. If there was a game you could recommend to all of us to play that like shows a really good example of design and like how to do so, what would you recommend?
Hades, maybe? I love Hades, man. I mean, that's kind of just like me saying my favorite game though, so.
Favorite game's always like subjective a little bit, but like just for design-wise is what I use.
Design-wise, yeah, I really like. I still Hades. I think it's really well designed. I love roguelikes. I think roguelikes are the best way to sort of like take an idea far and just see what we can make out of something. There's probably a million other examples I could think of, but I will recommend that. Yes.
So what's your itch page so we can check out?
Right. I should post a link in the channel. I would have put a QR code, but it'd go on your phone and you can't play the games on your phone. So, I could post a link in the UMBC Game Dev Discord if that's possible. I don't know. Okay. Or anyone else, I can send you it if you need. But yeah, I have a collection of these on itch, so you can play them in order or non-order, whatever you like. Yeah.
As an experienced jammer, are there certain genres or mechanics that you would recommend people stay away from?
Stay away from?
During game jams.
During game jams. Yeah, what projects or what genres would I stay away from on game jams? I would say anything content heavy. I think this trap I fall in sometimes of like when you have a really cool idea and it requires a lot of like content to make it work. So like something where like a bunch of if you have to make a bunch of levels, that can often consume a lot of time. Now it's not necessarily a bad thing that you should stay away from because it can work. Like a lot of puzzle games from game jams end up becoming very popular. But I find that is often more difficult than making a game that's like repeatable, like a high score chaser for game jams. You definitely don't want to make something with a lot of systems like an RPG, or something with a lot of Cryptid Fire and Rescue is probably another good. I had to make a whole ability system for that. And there's a whole tiled system because it's a tactics game, and there's a whole destruction system because it's firefighting. And oftentimes, if you find yourself being like, oh, and then we can add this and this and this and this, it's usually not good for a game jam. All right, any more? Are there questions on the stream?
Actually, the question was, where can you play it? So
Okay,
you answered it.
then all right, awesome. I will post that link later. Cool. Okay, I think that's it then.
All right, clap it up for
Thank you guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I hope that worked out. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, can the folks on Discord still hear me? Okay. Hi, folks. 1 second while this turns back on. Okay. Thank you guys so much for paying attention during that last presentation. We are now getting closer to lunch. So lunch is at 2, I believe, is what time it is now. We did have the folks from Rouge Catering go ahead and set the sandwiches and stuff up in the back in the atrium. So the doors that you entered in from the top stairs, you're gonna go out those doors and give us just a moment to set that up. Obviously, I haven't been out here. I've been trying to listen to the presentations as best as I could, but we're gonna go ahead and have folks exit out this door out here on my right, which I guess would be your left, to ensure that we can line you all up at time and get you some food. So we have sandwiches, salads, cookies, and I just realized we have to go grab the drinks out of the closet. So we have some time to go grab that. But once again, thank you for listening to all the presentations. We will be kicking back off with another presentation at 3, but we want you all to have a little bit more than 30 minutes to kind of talk to the people next to you. We have these round tables upstairs on the atrium, a lot of long tables you're welcome to sit down at. If you want to talk and stuff, you got more than enough time. Especially if you want to ask some follow-up questions to our presenters, maybe you didn't have the chance to ask during their presentations. Now would really be the best time to do that. Finally, as some people may know, this actually is my last semester as president for the Game Developers Club. One of the traditions I've kind of put in stone pretty much anytime we do an event that gets a large amount of attendance is I really like to take a picture for my mom. So one of my things I love to do is I love to get up in front of the room, put my camera out, and try to fit as many people into this picture to send to my mom. One of the really fun parts about this tradition is my mom hasn't had a chance to come to my events quite yet, but today's kind of a special occasion because she actually is sitting here right there in that 4th row. So if we could please clap it up for my mom. As much as it is a running joke, I think it is a lot of fun to have the support of my parents for my events like this. So if I could just ask everybody, as you are able, to kind of bunch up in this middle section here, and if I'm going to stand over there and have my mom walk up to the front and we're going to take a picture. Would that be okay?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, thank you. What's up? And for my folks on the live stream, we will be cutting to our intermission now. We will be picking up back at 3 for Lionmight's presentation, how he quit his film music career to go work on Beeps and Boops. And we'll see you then. Bye. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being such a great set of people to work with for lunch, taking time to eat, network. Did everybody have a good time talking to everybody here? Yeah? Nice. As you all know, DEC has kind of been an event that we've often led to just be presentations. This year we kind of pivoted to have more of a networking focus for you all and your students to get a chance to talk to each other. I do want to remind you all, we have 3 presentations after this. So right after I finish talking, I'm going to be handing the mic over to Diwa de Leon, also known as Lionmight, for his presentation. After that, we're going to have Eric Jordan come up, then Wayne, and then we're going to close out at 6 p.m. with a full networking session, just like what we did for lunch, except we're going to have students up there playtesting their projects. And we'd love it, if possible, for you to stick around and check out their projects and give them some feedback. But without further ado, here is Diwa de Leon with How I Abandoned My Successful Film Music Career to Go Work on Beeps and Boops.
Thank you, Rick. Hello. I hope you don't mind. I don't usually do formal talks like this, so I have a handy little script in here. But yes, hello, my name is Diwa de Leon. I am a full-time composer, music producer, and content creator. And I have been so for the past 30 plus years. And just like everyone else in this room, I see you, I am also a big gaming nerd. I love open world RPGs. I'm currently super obsessed with Genshin Impact, and I've started playing Crimson Desert. Any Crimson Desert players here? Yes. I see 2. On the internet, I used to go by the moniker String Player Gamer, but recently I have rebranded to the artist name Lionmight, which is a poetic English translation of my real name. I grew up in the Philippines, a family of musicians and artists, and the occasional lawyer. But now I'm based here in Baltimore, right here in town. Baltimore, baby. And that is a journey that is like 7 years in the making. But before I continue, I would like to ask the audience, anyone can talk. There's no wrong answer. But what was your first video game music moment? My first video game music moment was when I finally got my Super NES, 11 years old. I begged my mom to finally buy me that Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past. And the moment I reached Kakariko Village, I was so mesmerized by the Kakariko Village theme by Koji Kondo, the master. And I just put down my controller and I just stood there frozen in time, listening to the music with Link just standing there with chickens. And maybe I'll ask 3 random audience members, what was your first video game music moment? You there with a computer.
First game moment I remember, it wasn't when I was playing. It was when I successfully played the first few bars of Megalovania.
Nice. Red Jacket.
My first time was when I was playing Pokemon White, and I engaged with Team Plasma in combat for the first time. And when the intro music hit, I was like, what?
There. That reaction, exactly. You. Yes. Love that. Yes, I see someone, sir, with a cap. Yeah.
Super Mario Galaxy.
Yes.
Go inside of a pipe and there's like this ethereal like music going on, and then you step outside and it's just like this, like the camera zooms out and like you just see Gateway Galaxy. It's great.
Yeah, I remember that. Maybe from this section. You. There we go.
All the other music is very like synth heavy and very energetic, and then Planet Wiz it starts out with a very beautiful piano, and then comes in with a like calm bass, and it is just it's really one of the prettiest songs in the entire game, in my opinion. But I was at once specifically.
Amazing. How about this one? Yeah, you, sir. Lots of Sonic fans here. Maybe one last. No, you with a Ness. Is that a Ness shirt?
I'm gonna say Minecraft. Yeah. Like just like the creative mode music in specific, because like whenever I open a super flat world and it starts playing that music, I just get memories to like back then playing with my family and stuff.
Very nice. Thank you so much for sharing your video game music moment. And yes, a lot of these are like video game music moments happened in my experience and in my findings. It's because we have easy access to the technology. Here in America, we have access to every single gaming console. It's just an Amazon order away. And it's very easy for Americans, especially America has some of the most specialized conventions and expos and events centered towards video game music, like our very own MagFest and every other satellite event from MagFest. We have VGMCon in Minnesota and MagWest, the MagFest in the West, and all that. We have all these centralized celebratory moments because we have this easy access to the media. We have, I would say, dare I say, a nationwide access to the music of the games as presented to us by the technology, the consoles, the high-end PCs, and the $80 game titles nowadays. But, and this is a question I ask myself, how does one actually become a video game music fan? It's easy for us here in America and most of the Western world because we have more access to all the media. And now I want to show you a 20-minute self-produced documentary. I wrote it, directed, and produced. And when I traveled back home to the Philippines for the first time in a while back in 2024, and this documentary is called I Abandoned a Successful Film Composing Career for Video Game Music, or as the title in the program says, for Beeps and Boops. In this documentary, I basically ask myself the question, how does one become a fan of video game music? Because what if it is a country where owning a PS4 or even a PS3 is considered a high-end luxury? Does that make a nation of video game fans if only a few people have access to the art? And what if all they have access to is free-to-play mobile games, not usually known for their high-end music? Or maybe there are some exceptions, like the recent gacha games. They've been upping their game. But in those days, in the early 2010s, you don't really have any memorable music titles like Super Mario Brothers theme or Legend of Zelda theme that's come out from those early era mobile free-to-play games. And these are the questions I explored in this documentary. It is a 20-minute documentary, and I hope you enjoy it. And I'm gonna play it for you now. So I will come back, we will talk again. I will open the floor for questions. But yes, please enjoy the documentary. Thank you. All good?
I left the Philippines and migrated to the United States in 2017, abandoning a lauded career as a film composer,
arranger, and musician Diwa de Leon.
Diwa de Leon,
Diwa de Leon.
chasing the dream of a career in video game music. But how does someone even begin to dream of that? How do the places we grow up in, our early experiences, and the sounds we hear shape who we become? In this video, I attempt to find the answer. This is my video game music story. Coming back to Manila felt a bit like flipping through an old photo album. Every scene reminded me of the familiar comforts of home. The sounds, the sights, the pace of life. But just like an old album, it's not the whole picture anymore. Hi, I'm Diwa, also known as Lionmight. I'm a composer, violinist, and lifelong fan of video game music. When I first started out, I was creating video game music covers and music videos on YouTube, celebrating the soundtracks I love and building a small community around that passion. But as YouTube trends evolve, I started including video essays, reactions, and deep dives into the musical elements that make these soundtracks so powerful. Leaving the Philippines was a huge decision and terrifying. As I boarded that plane, these questions echoed in my mind. What if I fail? Would I face the flight of shame back home? And most of all, is my passion for video game music strong enough to carry me through? It was time to find out. As I reflect on my journey, now at the 7th anniversary of this adventure, from growing up in the Philippines to building a career in the United States, I keep coming back to one question. How does one become a dedicated fan of video game music? Is it simply about playing the right games or hearing the right melodies? Or does it run deeper? What kind of person has the audacity to dream so big that they abandon 37 years of life, a career, and everything they've built just for video game music? This question isn't just personal. It's shaped by culture, access, and the opportunities we have to pursue our passions. Growing up in Manila, where consoles were a luxury and gaming culture took on its own unique forms, my experience with video game music was shaped by circumstances very different from what I see in the US today. My recent trip back to the Philippines brought this into sharp focus, offering a front row view of how gaming and the music that defines it takes on different meanings depending on where you're from. When I was about 7 years old, the family computer, our version of the Nintendo Entertainment System or NES, introduced many Filipino kids to the iconic sounds of Super Mario Brothers, Rockman, and Contra. It was a cultural icon, bringing the magic of gaming to neighborhoods everywhere. And sure, other consoles like the Game Boy and the Sega systems had their time in the sun too, but it was really the family computer that became a cultural icon for us. I can never forget the moment I became a lifelong video game music fan, and that is when I reached Kakariko Village in The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past for the Super NES. I just had to put down my controller and just listen to the wonderful composition by Koji Kondo. Truly magical. Later on, the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 era made games like Final Fantasy VII, Metal Gear Solid, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, and Parappa the Rapper accessible through, let's call it, creative means. For a time, gaming and its music felt universal. But as consoles became pricier, gaming grew less accessible, and its music faded as a shared experience. During the 90s, LAN games like Diablo 2, StarCraft, and Counter-Strike dominated internet cafes. While unforgettable to play, their soundtracks though brilliant in atmosphere, lack the kind of melodies that linger in memory the way iconic Nintendo soundtracks did. Then, in 2003, from the realm of PC online gaming, Ragnarok Online swept the Philippines, sparking an MMO craze that defined a generation. With its charming visuals, shared virtual worlds, and of course, unforgettable soundtrack, created a cultural moment. Songs like Frontera's theme became etched in the hearts of players, evoking nostalgia even today. I was all in, organizing guild meetups, co-leading a 400-member guild in tournaments, and making lifelong friends. Those bonds, born from dungeon raids and epic battles, remain some of the most important connections in my life. And furthermore, my visibility within the local Ragnarok Online community even turned me into a bit of a celebrity, which I used as leverage to promote my artistry within that tight-knit group. It was a fleeting moment, but in hindsight, it felt like a foreshadowing of my larger role in the global VGM community today. By the early 2010s, the craze faded, but Ragnarok's music lives on, a timeless echo of a golden era in gaming in the Philippines. As gaming technology advanced, with newer consoles like the PlayStation 3, 4, and 5, something else evolved alongside it. Exclusivity. Console prices climbed higher, making them increasingly unreachable for the average Filipino gamer. At the same time, the gaming industry introduced better methods to combat piracy, introducing always online requirements and other measures that made creative means of access almost impossible. Not to mention, the Philippine government finally decided to crack down on piracy directly. The result? Console gaming as a widespread cultural phenomenon began to fade. Without the accessibility that defined earlier eras, the days of gaming uniting entire neighborhoods or becoming the talk of classrooms were slowly replaced by smaller, more isolated communities of console enthusiasts who could afford to keep up. And by this time, mobile gaming with its popular free-to-play models was rapidly gaining a foothold in the country. For many, console gaming had transitioned from a shared cultural experience into a niche luxury. And any hope for a cultural explosion of such iconic console-based video game music in the Philippines died with it. Most regular Filipinos know the Super Mario Bros. Theme, and that's it. Meanwhile, here in the United States today, entire orchestras are dedicated solely to video game music. In Maryland alone, where I'm based, there are 3 VGM-focused orchestras. Across the country, there are likely over 20, plus countless duos, trios, and full bands devoted to performing music from games. This is what happens when a niche passion is allowed decades to thrive. Cultivated by a passionate community, the video game music industry has become an unstoppable cultural phenomenon in the United States. It's an art form that's been nurtured here, embedded in conventions like the Music and Gaming Festival or MagFest and VGMCon, streaming, live concerts, and online content. I remember it as if it was yesterday, but it was 2016, my first MagFest, and almost immediately as I was walking the convention halls, people started to recognize me and they're calling me by my YouTube channel name at that time, String Player Gamer. I love your videos. And I was like, oh wow. I feel like a celebrity. They approached me, they thanked me for the music that I upload on my YouTube channel. They said they watch it, they enjoyed it. And I was like, this is it. This is where I should be. I found my people. Console gaming's legacy, with soundtracks from long-standing iconic franchises such as the Final Fantasy series, Legend of Zelda, and Pokemon, which have been integral to gaming for decades, has fostered a very dedicated crowd, one that has grown alongside the industry and often has disposable income to spend on VGM cover albums, vinyl, tickets to live performances, and artist merch. And as we now head into the era of multi-platform games, soundtracks such as Plants vs. Zombies and Undertale have also become beloved. If we consolidate statistical estimates based on available data, the USA has 61% active gamers. That's about 190.6 million people actively play video games, with many engaging deeply with console-based titles that feature iconic soundtracks. By contrast, the Philippines, with 43 million active gamers, have shifted its focus mainly to mobile and online games, leaving console gaming and its associated video game music culture less prominent. But that's not to say the Philippines hasn't had its sparks. There have been genuine efforts to bring video game music to Filipino audiences, like the Manila Symphony Orchestra's occasional free concerts held in malls, where they cover soundtracks from games like Monster Hunter, Genshin Impact, and Final Fantasy.
Genius symphonic works. It's easier to appreciate music when it is attached to visuals, stories, or characters.
I've also seen artists blending BGM into their own shows, creating moments of excitement for fans like me. These efforts are amazing, but they remain isolated and sporadic. No matter how successful a single concert or show may be, it's not nearly enough to create a lasting, multi-generational impact. Leaving Manila for the US was one of the hardest choices I've ever made, but one I had to make to chase my dreams. The cultural and entertainment demands in the Philippines often did not match with my own creative preferences. Video game music aligned with my musical expression, giving me the creative freedom I wanted. Pursuing a career in video game music requires a certain infrastructure, a community, and an industry that just barely existed in the Philippines. And unfortunately, it hasn't changed much since I left.
Siguro naman, naglaro niyo yung next game na tutugin namin. Legend of Zelda? Grabe, wala.
Nung may Nintendo Switch dito? Isa.
Who among you bought a GameCube? Nintendo GameCube? Grabe, ako lang?
After 5 years of being away, this recent trip really drove that point home. Being back in Manila was a reminder of everything I love about the Philippines. The people, the culture, the sense of home. But it also highlighted the challenges I would face if I tried to build my career there. The opportunities, the platforms, the pathways, they simply aren't there. At least, not yet. Here in the US, I am now part of a thriving network of creators, musicians, and fans who not only celebrate and analyze video game music, but also regard it as a serious and evolving art form. It is a medium that fills concert halls, is studied in academic settings, and inspires deep artistic expression. Here, at the heart of the Western gaming industry, I can collaborate with like-minded artists, perform to passionate audiences, and share my craft with a community that understands its cultural and artistic significance. An active participant in the trenches instead of a distant daydreamer, so to speak. I have landed record deals and snagged projects from mainstream gaming franchises such as Apex Legends. and one more upcoming project with a major US TV network, which I'm excited to discuss in a future video. Moreover, I have achieved financial independence through this work, proving that pursuing this art form can be both meaningful and sustainable. Going back to the question, how does one become a dedicated fan of video game music? It's not just about the access, though that can be a crucial first step. Having the means to play the games, hearing the soundtracks, and explore their worlds. It's not just about exposure either, though the right melody at the right moment can spark a lifelong passion. Becoming a fan of video game music is deeply personal, shaped by the places we come from, the culture we're immersed in, and the opportunities or barriers we face. For some, it might happen in an internet cafe, battling a Zerg rush in StarCraft, while faint strains of its atmospheric score play in the background. For others, it might come from hearing a symphony orchestra bring a beloved game to life, feeling the collective thrill of a community bound by shared nostalgia. And for a few, it means making difficult choices, leaving behind what's familiar, venturing to a place where that passion can be nurtured, and find the courage to chase a dream that once felt impossible. So, what kind of person has the audacity to dream so big that they leave everything behind for video game music? A dreamer. But not just any dreamer. One with skills, someone truly immersed in the gaming culture, a global network of like-minded friends, and a relentless thirst to prove oneself. Ultimately, being a fan of video game music is about connection. It's the bond we form with the soundtracks that define our favorite games, with the memories tied to them, and with the communities we find along the way. No matter where you're from, these melodies have the power to bring us together, to inspire us, and to remind us why we fell in love with gaming in the first place. And for me, that journey from the Philippines to the US, from nostalgia to opportunity, isn't just about becoming a fan. It's about carrying the music with me wherever I go and sharing its magic with others. I'd love to see video game music gain more recognition in the Philippines someday. I don't say this to call for action. I'm not looking to spark a movement or push an agenda. My hope is simply that more people can recognize the artistry and power of video game music, whether it's from the perspective of a Filipino gamer like me or someone from halfway across the world. Until then, I'm grateful for the journey that brought me here, for the opportunities I've found, and for every moment like this, where I can look back, share, and reflect on the power of video game music. Was it all worth it? Absolutely.
That was uploaded on YouTube, so it has some YouTubeisms like follow for more. But yes, thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed that. And before I open the floor for questions, I just like to reiterate, I think, the most important phrase: shared experience. I think that is the most powerful element that makes us passionate about one thing, because a lot of us, most 300 million Americans, have daily access to every single game, every single console, every game that exists. I think midnight launches where you all line up for the launch of the next Zelda in a GameStop, that's only an American thing. It doesn't happen in the Philippines because we have that shared experience here that we just digest everything about the games, the music, the art, the characters, and everything. And I think that is one aspect that I really admire here in American culture of gaming. And I think that is very hard to capture in another country like the Philippines, where it's not as easy to just buy a console and enjoy the next Zelda. So yeah, I think there are pros and cons, but I just share my thoughts on that. Anyway, I'm opening the floor for questions. Yes.
So, something you didn't touch on within the documentary was that why you went to Maryland, the DMV specifically. Did you initially come there like immediately, or were you like in California first? What happened?
Good question. Oh yeah, I was in California for a while because, practically speaking, because I have an uncle there who was the first to reach out to me. Hey, stay with us for a while you get used to life in America, And I moved around with the support of my uncle in his house in Burbank. But then, I went around and tried to find a spot for me. And I ended up with Maryland. And it is a big factor that we have the MagFest Center here. That is a big factor, of course. But also we have a ton of game dev companies as well. And we have a very strong local game dev community. Hello? And also because other concerns, I love the Four Seasons. The Philippines and California, almost the same place, except it rains more in the Philippines. And I'm already kind of 37 years of that. I like the snow. Yes.
I'm also a composer, at least an aspiring composer too. I just want to say before I say yeah, I am.
Thank you.
The superhero cover was amazing.
Woo!
That's part of why I actually was hearing that cover.
Amazing.
And then the Spirit of Justice cover was really good too, because I think you did like in like the second half of the song, you did like this really unexpected key change that was really very.
Thank you.
So my question, this is something I've just been wondering. So when you were starting the channel initially, how did you? Well, I guess you mentioned your uncle was sustaining you as you were in the U.S. from what I heard, right?
Yeah, 2017, stayed with an uncle and then move around trying to find the perfect spot.
So if that wasn't the case, how would you sustain yourself as like a smaller peer? I have a chance. Do you have any tips on like growing in yourself before you get like a
Oh, I get it. I think I really got lucky. I would say Undertale and Mario and my Nintendo covers really carried me while I was in the Philippines. I think most of what I didn't touch on is just to give a bit of context. When I was still a full-time film composer in the Philippines, let's see, my yearly salary, my yearly income for a film composer would be $10,000. That's for the whole year. And that's in the Philippines. And in the Philippines, that's what you would consider middle class, something like that. And then the YouTube channel blew up, and I kept just spamming everything that I could. I poured my heart and soul and all my effort into the Undertale, and it blew up. And eventually, what I was earning on YouTube ad revenue was just overtaking my film income. So I was like, oh, maybe you should just focus that. And later on, the opportunity to move to America came in years later after that. Sure.
Did you ever run into like a conflict where you have an idea for like a new video or a new song, but there's something you want to release because you like the song versus, releasing something that people are going to.
Good question. I have a mantra, and I think I'm not alone in this. Even John Mayer said this. The mantra called "one for me, one for them." You kind of have to balance your output that will satisfy the audience, but also give yourself something. Maybe 2 covers for the requests, 1 cover for you, or maybe if it hits both spots, then that's good.
How you became a film composer to how you became a game composer. That is
Yeah.
Not as good as you though. But
Don't be so hard on yourself.
I'm not doing that hard. But how did you film initially, and what was the reason?
Oh, when I was younger, I was like really thirsty to prove myself. I was like a young musician, fresh off a composition degree. I will just accept everything. $20 songwriting gig? Yeah, give it to me. I would just like say yes to everything until I got sort of the experience to kind of work in a fast-paced environment, and I just met people along the way.
What's your favorite soundtrack composed you've worked on?
Oh, this is a very funny question because yes, I have composed for games, but since I was in the Philippines when that happened, most of those games are mobile games that are now out of print. So I'm a video game composer with no game published now. But I have an upcoming one in this slide. I have a Zombiehood coming out April 30 on Steam. So yeah. And I mentioned something in the documentary. I was hired to write my first Hollywood film composing gig, The Cleaning Lady on Fox and Hulu. So it led to some really good things that I would not have experienced if I was still in the Philippines. Yes, sir.
I don't know if anyone's asked this, but do you have an absolute favorite video game song of all time?
KK Cruisin'. But mostly not because of the song, mostly because it is an arrangement. It's an arranger's darling. It's just two simple chord progressions that you can repeat and repeat, and every kind of musician in the world can jam along to it. That's it. Hello. Nice.
How do you get started, like, composing music if you don't know how to play an instrument?
You sing. Nice. Okay. No, I get what you mean. That's a struggle. I kind of sped run the struggle of being a composer or an artist because family of musicians, they were all supportive from the very beginning. So I would tinker on the piano and I'll just make up sounds. And my dad decided to notate that like a 5-note ostinato that I was doing on the piano. I was 5. Okay, this is your first composition. 4 bars. And I now don't know where that notation is. But it's just really brute forcing yourself to sometimes learn the technology. Very, very fortunate nowadays that there's every kind of tutorial. For my main workstation, I use Logic, but I never studied that in school. I never studied that in any institution. I just used YouTube tutorials. How do I write one note and then add a chord progression? You know, the painstaking brute forcing stuff from the very beginning. Because, for example, you say you can sing, anyone here can sing and play an instrument. But now, how do you write that musical idea into like a cohesive structure and then add the body, the chord progression, the rhythm section, the drums? You need to force yourself. It's really painstakingly tedious, especially in the beginning. I couldn't even, how do I copy paste this? How do I make this MIDI into, it's so, the minutia of the struggle from the beginning. I experienced that, and it's sadly something that you really have to go to. You have to dig up every single detailed tutorial from the very beginning, from scratch, and just kind of force yourself. It can be tedious, it can be boring, but it's absolutely worth it. I was actually expecting that question, and I already have a prepared answer. My answer would be absolutely nothing. I wouldn't trade anything. I wouldn't change anything because I really like where it led me today. So if I, for example, hypothetical situation, I saw myself and I have a chance to talk to myself, I'll just move further away from me because I don't want to interrupt the journey. Without, yes.
Following up on how you were talking about getting started and everything, I'm a game engineer by trade, but I'd like to make my own games on the side and everything. So I'd like to make my own video game music at some point.
Very nice.
No music background at all. So I was wondering, do you have any recommendations on any resources when getting started, like a specific YouTube video you liked or anything? And then as a follow-up, would you have a recommended typo song to make is baby's first video game song, just to kind of flex those muscles?
I think chiptune style is becoming more and more prominent nowadays. Especially, you now have sound libraries, even free ones. The NES sound font, and now you can just make stuff with it. I would say, do you play any instrument, even just piano?
I did percussion 15 years ago.
Okay, I think, again, I would still say try to find a tutorial on how to use a DAW, a digital audio workstation. I think the most popular ones are Cubase, which Hans Zimmer uses, fun fact. Logic, which I use, and there's also Reaper and FL Studio. I think those are the big four. It's all the same. They all bring the same results. It's all just a matter of preference. And I would say try to fixate on one from scratch until you kind of learn how to input individual notes. You don't even need to actually know how to read notes because the way these DAWs are structured is you have a grid instead of a musical bar. So it's kind of very visual, and you hear the musical note as you input it, and you can just kind of make something out from that one.
Game companies have been putting on communities that don't have the resources to play these newer games. What are your thoughts on digital goods in the modern day being so expensive that these communities no longer have, good, real access to those goods? And B, what are your thoughts on emulators and piracy?
That's a bit of more economic question. But from the music side of things, I think the best that I can do is, because I did YouTube because it is, and recently TikTok as well, because these are the platforms that are technically still free to use, free to access. And my best contribution that I can do as a musician, as an artist, is just spread the word of, like I said in the documentary, the power of video game music, and let the business people deal with the business side of things. Because I'm also a businessman myself. My Lionmight is actually a registered LLC in the state of Maryland, and is a registered trademark in America. So I'm serious, very serious about this. But of course, my specialty is still has always been video game music and everything that surrounds it. So I would say the best I can do is make the best product that I can, post it on YouTube, where people that can still access it relatively free. I mean, we all know about the adpocalypse and all the ads rising up, but it's still technically free because you don't pay for it with money. But nowadays, I would say paying for it with attention or time is also a consideration, especially if you're spending 90 seconds to watch an ad, to watch a 2-minute video. Maybe that's also something worth considering now for people's attention. I think I saw someone raising their hand here. Yeah.
Video game music is really great when it's created art, story, and etc. But you also have a very strong point on shared culture.
Yeah.
That gives the music kind of its meaning. So I'm wondering, what are your thoughts on video game music, or how how video game music truly reaches people. Like as a composer, how do you create music that reaches people, possibly using those circles? And also, one more context.
Yeah.
Have you heard of Cadence Hira, the YouTuber Cadence Hira?
I might have. I'm not yet sure. But yeah, so that's a very good question. And I would say there's still some degree of luck. You can make the best symphony, the best concerto, but if you release it on a game that flops, that only 10 people bought, there's no shared experience there. It's only like shared experience between 10 people, but Clair Obscure Expedition 33. Big, massive hit, big career bomb for Lorient Testard. Now his music, that was discovered in SoundCloud, by the way, according to his interview, just blew up, and it's now in everyone's minds. Alicia, the Lumiere themes, everyone's now just singing it. It's the Megalovania of 2025, I would say. There is some degree of luck that you need. And sometimes, from my end, also as a content creator, that degree of luck comes with occasional virality. And the great thing about starting as a cover artist is with covers like Undertale, Mario, there is already a built-in audience for that. There already exists a massive audience with a shared experience that you can just take advantage of. And that is pretty much the crux of every YouTube video game cover artist that started with me in the early 2010s, and I'm still in contact with them. But since, and I think just to give a context on why now my channel is mostly reaction videos to music and musical analysis, it's because YouTube's algorithm downgraded 3-minute long videos in favor of 10-minute videos, 20-minute videos, and now 50-minute videos to cater to the smart TV audience. So I have to consider all of these statistics if I just want to continue, being sustainable as a creator. Nowadays, there is now bigger ad revenue income from the reaction videos simply because it's longer videos, and it's now there's more opportunities for YouTube to insert 20,000 ads in between, something like that. So now my mindset has changed. I went back to my roots as a composer because for a time, I would say 2010 to 2018, that was the golden age of video game music covers on YouTube. I know a lot of people like Rashad Eby, Family Jewels, Jonathan Young. They have built massive careers out of YouTube covers or making music inspired by video game music, especially with the case of Jonathan Young. He writes original music, but the lyrics is about Helldivers 2 or something like that. And nowadays, it's shifted again. Music analysis, video essays, music reactions, that is where the money is at in terms of ad revenue. So now, okay, I said to myself, it took me a while to kind of accept this because my pride was hurt. I built a YouTube cover career for like 10 plus years, and now I have to throw it all away because the algorithm does not favor it. It was a hard decision, but now I changed my mindset. I'm now doing music reactions, but the ad revenue coming from that is now funding my own compositions. I'm now creating, for example, right now I'm halfway to producing my very first fantasy metal album under Lionmight. It's going to be the debut album of Lionmight as an original artist. And I'm halfway funding it, and I'm hiring my own mixing engineers. Although I can do one, someone else can do it better. So I hire better people than me. So I just focus on writing the music, and the money that I get from the reaction videos is paying for those sound engineers, the album design artists. So, there's something that has to give if you want to shift focus on something like that. So, and I would still I would still attribute that success to video game music because I'm still reacting and doing musical theory analysis of video game music. So even if I'm not doing my own arrangement of Undertale or Megalovania anymore, I'm doing music theory breakdowns of what are the chord progressions of Megalovania and how does it affect the structure or the history of something very nerdy that I can still kind of tolerate and do because it's something I'm good at. Sir. Thank you.
Your Mega Man 3 covers of Hardman and Magnet Man, I listened to those offline and downloaded them on a plane to Alaska.
Wow.
So your music's been 50,000 feet above the air. But
thank you.
What would you say was the hardest part about transitioning brand images from String Player to Lion?
I think it wasn't really hard at all, to be honest. From my own point of view, I mean, rebranding is hard. Even just changing the logo. The latest brand products that changed their logo and everyone went nuts. For me, I think it was easier because my vision was very clear. String Player Gamer, although a cute name, I'm not gonna lie, it is a cute name. It has sustained me for years, but it is still a YouTuber's name. It is very niche locked. String Player Gamer. Oh, I want to play anime music. I want to play Princess Mononoke theme in a convention. String Player Gamer with Princess Mononoke theme from an anime. What? There's a mismatch now. It's not just because of anime. Because now I wanted to branch out. Although my focus is still video game music, there's still a lot of wonderful music outside of video game music. So now with the Lionmight brand, which is very connected to my real name, lucky for me, but I also use it for MMOs. It's my handle for every other online game. And I was just like, I already have this handle I've been using for years. That's my new brand. And it still sounds, now it's, for me personally, it sounds better as like a regular artist name, like Sting, Madonna, Prince. I took inspiration from those one name kind of musical artists. And for me, it was easy for the transition to name the change because I was preparing for it for like maybe 5 years on and off. I was like writing announcement and redrafting announcements like for like 1 year on and off and like going back, should I do this, should I not do this? And I talked to every friend, every trusted family member, should I do this, should I not do this? It was a super long journey of yes or no. But then, you know what? This is the moment. I'm going to do this. And it was like a 2-year announcement period where every single published new video has like announced, oh, by the way, I'm rebranding. So it was very prominent in all of my social media that it was very organic, I would say. Yeah.
Do you think that you being a YouTuber has brought you opportunities that there's no way you would have gotten if you didn't do YouTube?
Yeah, absolutely. Because YouTube is such a freeing platform that you can just shape it on whatever you want, provided that you can tap the audience for that. I think that's the most important thing. It's not just I want to do this, but I want to do this and there's an audience for that. And I think that, yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you again, Rick, and thank you for Game Dev Club. Yes, Lionmight on YouTube. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, folks, we're going to be getting started with Eric's presentation shortly. Thank you guys so much for your time listening intently. So I really hope you guys good. Keep going. If you want to grab a snack, do so right now. We're going to Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to come down and sit down. We are going to be starting with Eric Jordan's next presentation. He will be presenting on the art of software engineering. Eric is a wonderful guest that we have today. He's also the professor of our capstone class here at UMBC. So, believe it or not, Eric has done a lot of things with the club over the years. So we're really grateful to have him here today. And take it away.
Hi. I'll spend a minute introducing myself, but not too much time. I founded the UMBC Game Developers Club 21 years ago. For anyone my age, the time really goes by very quickly. It seems like only yesterday I was in this same lecture hall hosting the very first DEC. Since then, I've spent well over a decade in the game industry. A lot of that time at Firaxis Games, working on games like Civilization V, Civilization VI, XCOM Enemy Unknown, and Marvel Midnight Suns. I also spent a little bit of time at Breakaway and Oxide, and currently I'm at Meta. I've been at Meta for a little over 5 years now. Worked a lot with the VR gaming there, and currently doing some of the integration between AI tools and games right now. So that all out of the way, let's get started on the talk. Now, I know some of you might be thinking, oh no, I'm not a software engineer and this is going to be a very boring talk. I have some good news for you. This is a very accessible talk. It's really more about principles of engineering and how they apply to software. And it's something that anyone can understand, even if they've never programmed a line of code in their life. I also think what's kind of interesting about this talk, I've given it before, and I was wondering, how relevant is this going to be? Things in software engineering are changing very quickly. AI-generated code is playing a greater and greater role, and I was like, oh man, how relevant is my talk still? I went through the slides and actually found it's very relevant still. Because regardless of how much of the code is written by AI or human, engineering decisions are still important, and they still need to be driven by a human. So I'm very excited to share this with you, and let's get started. So we're going to start off by talking about cars. This is the Bugatti Chiron, and we're going to ask ourselves if this is a well-engineered car. So let's look at some of its stats. It has 1,479 horsepower, a top speed of 261 miles per hour. That's electronically limited. It might even be able to go faster. Wow. So is this good engineering? Well, it depends where you're driving it. If you took this Bugatti Chiron out to this desert, it wouldn't go very fast. But this Jeep would probably overtake it. So what does this tell us? It tells us that context is incredibly important when making engineering decisions. As cool as something looks, it's not going to be effective if it's used in the wrong context. one of the books that for me was most influential for me growing as a software engineer was a book that was not supposed to be very influential. It was a reference manual for the standard template library in C++. And it was just kind of going through all the various different collection types and the places where you would use them, where they were strong fits and where using them might be problematic. And this was, for me, as a very young engineer, when it started to dawn on me just how important context is and how important it is to match your solution with the context. Engineering is all about trade-offs. You know, when they went about designing that Bugatti Chiron, there were some specific goals they had in mind. Affordability was not one of them. Reliability was not one of them. Safety was not one of them. Weather was not one of them. They wanted a car that would go really, 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 really fast and still be street legal. So whenever you're, choosing your solutions, there are going to be trade-offs, right? Like you might have a collection type in programming that is really good at, inserting new elements randomly in different places, but is not so good at linearly going through those elements, right? So it's really important to think about, not just is this a cool, good thing, but, what trade-offs are being made here and do they fit with our goals? Context is essential when approaching any engineering problem, and we use that context to choose what trade-offs to make. And finally, it is near impossible to judge the value of a design without knowing the context it will be used in. All right, so we're armed with, okay, yeah, so I said, some designs are bad no matter what the context is true, but for the most part, to choose, the right design, we need to know about our context. So I'm gonna start with some context here. So here's our context. We've got smooth road, we've got good weather, we've got a race driver who can handle a lot of power, and speed is an important design goal. All right, armed with all that, now we have a choice. We could get the Bugatti Chiron, or we could get this Reliant Robin, and it has 3 wheels. It looks a lot slower. So we might feel pretty confident in our answer now, that obviously this Bugatti Chiron fits this context better. Well, we decided to go that route, and we started building a Bugatti Chiron. And we only got this far. We completed the engine, but then we ran out of time and money. And this poor woman, she's pushing this as fast as she can, but it's not going very fast. And the Reliant Robin will beat this around the track. So, what does this tell us? Context isn't just about the context the product will be used in. It's also the context of development. How much time do we have? How much budget do we have? Years ago, I was here, this was maybe like 10 years ago or something, it was a while ago. I was here judging a game jam competition. And there are a number of teams. One of the teams was some high schoolers. Most of the teams were college students. And one team was some professional developers. And the professional developers were not able to finish their project. And everyone else did, even the high schoolers did. Because the professional developers sat down and they're like, well, we're gonna start engineering things and building them like we would at work. And they weren't properly adjusting for the context of being in a game jam when they only had 2 days. So it's really important to adapt to whatever environment you're in and understand that the choices you make in a new environment might not be the same choices you make in an environment you're used to. All right, so we've learned a lot. And now, surely, this next choice will be easy for us. Which is better, JavaScript or C++? The answer is C++, but the truth is, you don't really know without knowing the context. But as I demonstrated, a lot of engineers will very quickly answer this question. And so why is that? You know, even though we know that we need context, why is it that engineers will have a very fast answer to this question? And it won't always be the same. Well, I would call this like technological prejudice. And what does that mean? It's basically preferences that sometimes make us forget our context. How do we end up with those? Well, there are a lot of things. One is a lot of times it's just what we're used to using, what we've used in the past, what we're comfortable with, what our friends and colleagues like. That's a huge influence. And, you know, probably related to all of these other things, what's best for the contexts that we're used to working in? As someone who's worked on a lot of, you know, big AAA projects, game projects, where performance was an important goal, JavaScript would have been a poor choice, I think. However, working at Meta now, I know and work with a lot of people with more of a web and app development background who think that C++ is too hard and I'm crazy for liking it. So it just, you know, our backgrounds really affect what our preferences are. And I think as an engineer, it's always important to, you know, realize the biases that you're starting with and try to adapt to new circumstances. It's a quote from someone I used to work with who I thought was great. I had a great quote. He said, just because the roof is caving in doesn't mean roofs are a bad idea. This can happen sometimes. Sometimes someone will try a new piece of technology and they'll have a really bad experience with it. And then they'll come away with sort of a decision like, oh, this is always bad. You should never use this. Sometimes it's just that you ran into a poor implementation, or you know that technology was being used in a context where it didn't fit very well. So let's shift gears a little bit and talk a little bit about dealing with complexity. There's a lot of software engineering. If you're a student, you're probably used to working on projects that are extremely small and you're the only developer. And it takes you, you know, 5 to 10 hours to complete your homework assignment. And you don't really have to worry about, you know, some massive code base with hundreds of thousands of lines of code and, you know, potentially 100 or more engineers contributing to that code. But when you get out into the working world, this is what software engineering is all about, is you have these massive projects and how are you going to keep them organized and not a total disaster. So there are a number of techniques for that. One common thing is design patterns. This is a physical example of a design pattern. This design pattern is called a lever. You see it pop up in all sorts of mechanical engineering. But just like with physical engineering in the real world, software engineering has these design patterns that we follow over and over again. And they can be really helpful. If you have a bunch of design patterns, you know, it can be kind of like a little bag of tricks that you have. Of course, like everything, they can also be applied incorrectly. So design patterns, they're essential tools for engineering. However, they only work if they're applied correctly. So the correct context, a good implementation, and there is no such thing as a panacea. There is no such thing as a solution that's going to work everywhere. So I'm going to give an example of a design pattern going wrong. So this is for inheritance. I guess this is something, this particular slide, you might need more of a comp sci background to understand, but this is a real scenario. So the Australian Air Force is making a VR simulator for helicopter combat training. The programmers want to model the movement of kangaroos and their reactions to helicopters. This is Australia. It's a big problem over there. So they wanted to make you know, they wanted an easy way of reusing some of the code they had for other creatures moving around on the environment. And the creatures moving around the environment that they had were soldiers. So they made kangaroo a subclass of soldier. And to, for people who don't have a software engineering background, or even for people who do, it's an important reminder, inheritance is a relationship. So a good way of knowing if you're going to run into trouble is to just say it in English. Kangaroo is a soldier, and see if there's a problem with that. So, as a result of the kangaroos inheriting from the soldier, during a client demo, the kangaroos scattered in reaction to the helicopter. So that was good, that was correct. Then they reappeared from behind the hill and launched a barrage of Stinger missiles at the helicopter. So to go back to Tim Kipp's quote, I mean, just because the roof is caving in doesn't mean that roofs are a bad idea. This is not to say that inheritance is bad or you should never use inheritance. It's just to say that anytime you apply any design pattern, you need to think carefully about whether or not the design pattern is the correct fit for what you're doing. And this kind of comes back to the idea of, you know, code reuse, which is very important. You don't want to keep writing the same code over and over again. It's inefficient to remake similar systems over and over again. And we can save lots of time and money by reusing code. Not only that, there was a study from long ago that I think was a very influential study in the field of computer science. They studied the relationship between the number of lines of code and the number of bugs. And they found that that relationship was very heavily correlated. And in fact, they found that a lot of other previous research, they could explain the increase in bugs they were seeing simply by the number of lines of code. So a lot of previous research was like, all of a sudden came into question because it was like, well, was it really shifting from paradigm A to paradigm B, or was it just the fact that the number of lines of code was less? So there's another reason why code reuse is super important. And of course, that saved time allows us to build cooler stuff. So where can this go wrong? Lots of car references. You can tell I'm a Top Gear fan. So sometimes when we're trying to make code that's reusable, we try to serve too many masters at once. In this case, this fine English gentleman has made what he calls a toy boda. It is both a pickup truck and a boat. And as it turns out, it is not a very good pickup truck anymore, and it is also not a very good boat. So when writing reusable code, you shouldn't necessarily be trying to make code that can serve all kinds of different use cases. It's perfectly okay to write code that serves, and probably a good idea, to write code that serves a very specific use case and you know, serves it very well. Also, when making reusable code, there's this concept of having something that's loosely coupled. And that just means as few interdependencies as possible. That makes it easy to sort of move around from one code base to another. It also makes the code less complex. If you have a library for, say, handling a certain compression algorithm, and it's very well self-contained, that makes that code base a lot easier to maintain. It also, these reusable pieces provide an interface for use with other systems, and they perform a specific and well-defined function. There's also, along with this, sort of this concept of abstraction, which is breaking the code into small reusable pieces, but also an important part of abstraction is the implementation details are kind of hidden away behind an interface. This is both a very good thing and sometimes problematic. Why it's very good? There's really only so much context people can load into their brains. It's kind of funny because now we're dealing with LLMs and we're worrying about the context LLMs can can handle all at once. But people's brains can only handle so much context as well. If you have to understand every single detail about every system you work with, it's going to become overwhelming, and you're not going to be able to move very quickly or effectively. So, hiding these details behind an interface can be helpful. It also allows, programmers to specialize, right? So the abstraction principle, of course, don't repeat yourself, same as code reuse, and makes building and maintaining each piece a little simpler, and allows programmers to focus on a small piece of the software and specialize. So here's an example. I always like to give an example of things going wrong. It's fun for me. But Anne is a physics nerd and has written a physics system for the game. Jim is confused by physics, but is able to use Anne's physics system for the gameplay code. So far, so good. And this is, a good use of abstraction and code reuse. Here's another example. Actually, we haven't gone to the bad example yet. That's good. Alice needs the game to open a compressed file, but doesn't have time to write decompression code. She downloads an open source library and adds it to the code base. It's a great idea as long as the license is appropriate for your use case. Another example of code reuse and abstraction. Steve wants to make a game quickly and easily, uses Unity. And game engines are really a package of many systems whose implementation details are kind of hidden behind these interfaces. All right, so here's the example of things going wrong. Favorite part. Sometimes you actually do need to know about the implementation. Abstraction can be obfuscation, and unexpected behaviors can occur. So Jim is using Anne's physics system. He applies force to an object in the game. He has forgotten to give the object mass, and its mass has been defaulted to 0. The game crashes with a divide by 0 error, and Jim is flummoxed because he doesn't know how the internals of the system work. I mean, this happens all the time. I don't know if there's really anything we can do to prevent this. It's just sort of the nature of working with these large and complex code bases. I think when people are working in the same code base for a long time, they work at a company and they've been working for that company maybe for 4 or 5 years, and it's been the same code base the whole time. They start, their understanding of the system starts to sort of trickle down into various pieces of the code. Maybe Jim has this experience. And then, it's really hard to debug it. He needs Anne's help, and they eventually figure it out. But after that, Jim knows something about the physics system. And the next time this comes up, he's like, oh man, don't let your mass be 0. I mean, hopefully it doesn't crash with divide by 0. Hopefully it handles it a little bit more elegantly than that, but these things can happen. All right, so getting bored? Don't worry, it's about to get way more exciting, because we're about to talk about Euclid. I know. This is going to be really cool. All right, so who is Euclid? He was a badass. He's a Greek mathematician, mid-4th century to mid-3rd century BCE. He's the father of geometry. He revolutionized mathematical proofs. So this is going to be exciting. All right, so let's talk about Euclid's postulates a little bit. Euclid's postulates are, number 1, a straight line segment can be drawn joining any 2 points. Any straight line segment can be extended indefinitely in a straight line. Given any straight line segment, a circle can be drawn. Well, hold on. Why are we talking about this? There's actually a good reason. When I saw these, I was blown away. When I first saw these, I was already a software engineer with a good number of years of experience. And I looked at what he wrote and I was like, this guy is like the greatest genius who's ever lived. Because postulates are assumptions. He's saying that these things are assumptions. So he's saying all right angles are congruent is an assumption. I thought that was just so brilliant and so cool. And this was sort of how he formed the foundation for his logical proofs for geometry. And it might seem so obvious to us that, of course, all right angles are congruent. You know, of course, parallel lines are never going to intersect. But as it so happened, many, many years later, centuries later, when astronomers were dealing with things in the cosmic scale, you know, things moving close to the speed of light, they were like, oh, space might not be Euclidean at this scale. And because Euclid had put all of these down as postulates, as assumptions, they were able to figure out which proofs still held true and which didn't. So how does this apply to software engineering? Well, you see, all bugs are about false assumptions. So the fact that he was so capable of understanding things that seem so obviously true as assumptions, it just an incredible superpower for software engineers. So here's the most important thing to remember. Bugs comes from defects in the mind of the programmer. It's humbling to think about, but it's true. Start with this. These defects are false assumptions. If a bug seems impossible, then explain why you think it couldn't possibly occur. This is like Euclid putting out his postulates. Listing out your assumptions is the same process that Euclid went through when he created his postulates. After you've listed all your assumptions, test them one by one. When you've tested everything that can go wrong, start testing the stuff that can't go wrong. I love this. You know, when I was at Firaxis at one time, there was a guy who was like a marketing associate. I think he was working on our website. It was many, many years ago. And he had a bug, and he didn't know what to do about it. And he came to me and said, Eric, I've tested everything that can go wrong. I'm like, well, then you better start testing the stuff that can't go wrong. And he came back to me an hour later. It's like, I found it. So it's true. It's you know, frustrating thing about code, but this is sort of the, you know, foundations of debugging. Let's switch gears again and talk a little bit about elegance. This is a Rube Goldberg machine. Rube Goldberg machines are very, very cool. But also, they're not very reliable. They're difficult to make, and they're, you know, expensive to put together. Sometimes I think it's easy, even for, you know, good software engineers, to accidentally build Rube Goldberg machines. I think it's very easy because, you know, we love building stuff, and it's really cool to see everything come together and work. But, you know, as I said, you know, a lot can go wrong with a Rube Goldberg machine. This is difficult to maintain. It's inefficient. And more lines of code mean more bugs. So I always strive to make my code as simple as possible. So I will, you know, write out, you know, my change, and then I will go back and try to break it down and simplify it until it looks very simple and obvious. The code I'm most proud of is not the code where it's like, wow, that's amazing. Like, I can't get my head around that. It's code that just seems boring and obvious. And the most exciting thing I think you can do as a software engineer is to take a problem that first seems really, really hard and complex, and then write code for a solution that feels kind of stupid obvious. You know, no one's perfect. I probably haven't in my career always done a perfect job of this, but I think it is a good thing to strive for. And there's a great quote about this. A designer knows he has achieved perfection not when there is nothing left to add, but when there is nothing left to take away. This can be a little frustrating if you work at a workplace that judges engineers' output by lines of code, but hopefully you do not experience too much of that in your career. Another quote I like, I don't know who said this, but find solutions for problems, not problems for solutions. So let's also talk about the shape of the code. This is really important. The first time I gave this talk, there was a pile of water bottles right near the speaker. And it was so convenient. But I'll describe what I did. I was imagining a project where the end goal of the project was to build a tower 2 water bottles tall. And there's a lot of pressure to get to milestone A as quickly as possible. Milestone A was a tower of 1 water bottle high. Kind of makes sense, kind of like the halfway point of the project, right? So the fastest way to build a tower 1 water bottle high, and I just plopped a single water bottle onto the table. And then I said, okay, great. Now my next milestone is to build a tower 2 water bottles high. And I put a second water bottle on top of the first one, and the whole thing came crashing down. So the point is, early in a software project, when you were laying the foundation, those foundations are really important, and they're hard to change. In the example of the water bottles, I had to throw away my original foundation and make a much sturdier 3 water bottle foundation. And then I was able to successfully get to milestone B with my a water bottle tall tower. So it's really important to focus hard on the foundation and building a solid foundation. If you want to write cheap, hacky code, in the right context, that might make a lot of sense. Just make sure you're doing it at the layer of the shingles and not the layer of the foundation. So as I said, the fastest path from A to B is not necessarily the fastest path from A to B to C. This is also really important. And I think this gets forgotten way too much. More time is spent maintaining code than writing it. This is so important. There is oftentimes a focus on producing code quickly. And I think that's gotten all the more intense recently with AI-generated code. I think it's really important to realize that the biggest expense isn't writing the first version of the code. The biggest expense is maintaining it. Now, there's a little bit of context here. It's a little different if you're doing like a demo or a prototype. Like if you're doing a demo or prototype, by all means. Like throw something, you're at a game jam, right? Throw something together really fast and just like sprint. But you know, if you're building something that's meant to last for a long time, you really have to keep in mind that taking a little extra time to build it right could save you a lot more time and money in the long run. Another thing to keep in mind, this is really important. Adding features increases complexity exponentially, right? This is something that, you know, I kind of experienced in my transition from being a student to working professionally. You know, our projects as students, they were really pretty small. And even our team projects, right? Even the ones like we spent like a whole semester doing a team project, they're pretty small. And, you know, I would look at some of our projects and I'm like, wow, we did like 80% of, you know, the features of this, like, you know, professionally released game. But what happens is when you start adding these new features on, everything is interacting with everything else. And, you know, that's how complexity can really ramp up and grow exponentially with these larger code bases. Another tip for developers is, you know, knowing how to prioritize issues. You get, you know, the highest priority issues that you're ever going to have are issues that are preventing someone else from making progress with their work. Those are called blocking issues. Those are always important. Beneath that, I would actually put some critical things that I'm really uncomfortable with. You know, the things that carry the most risk, the things like, oh, I'm not sure how this is going to come together. If you're at the start of a project, you might be most tempted to take on the problems you're most familiar with, and you get like that nice little charge of reward, the feeling of reward for getting that thing done. But those aren't your highest risk things. Those are the things that you could maybe, you know, rush a little bit on towards the end of the milestone. Whereas the big scary things, you don't know how they're going to go, those are the things you typically want to tackle early on. Yeah, so by risk, blocking issues. Okay, let's talk about growing as an engineer. Well, engineering takes practice. So writing code is the number one way of doing it. Evaluate your successes and failures. You know, there's a quote I love, good judgment comes from experience comes from bad judgment. So don't be afraid to use some bad judgment and do some learning. Get code reviews. Depending on where you work, you might not have a choice. But if you do, especially when you're starting out, get some code reviews, get some feedback from other people on your code. Explore different approaches and philosophies. Sometimes I feel like, you know, this can happen within a company, especially between companies. It's almost like political groups, right? Because like everyone is sort of like talking to each other, right? And there's sort of this sort of group opinion starts to form about certain things. So if you work at one company and then you go to another company, people's opinions on things can really shift quite a lot. So when I say explore different approaches and philosophies, I mean like step out of that comfort zone, step out of that group, step into another group and you know, learn their ways too. You don't have to adopt the other group's beliefs. You just have to understand them. Because I think the richer and more varied understanding you can get, the better. I know from, you know, I didn't go to grad school myself, but from people who do, a lot of people try to, you know, do their postgraduate at a different place than they did undergraduate. And what they're trying to avoid, the term I've heard is intellectual incest, right? Basically, they want to have a variety of experiences in a variety of different thought communities. I think that's incredibly valuable as a software engineer as well. Talk to other software engineers. This is great if you're working, you know, at a company in an office, you know, go to lunch, talk about work. You'll learn a lot talking to the other software engineers. Oh, okay, yes. Good judgment, yeah, so I already said this quote, but it's a very good quote. Also, this one I do know is Miss Frizzle. Take chances, make mistakes, and get messy. And finally, one final thought to leave you with is always focus on the product. Code is a means to an end. As a programmer, this can be difficult because, you know, we can easily get sucked into just thinking about the code itself. But we should always remember that this is all in service of a product. That is not to say that the code should be bad, because bad code is going to be harder to maintain and buggier, and that's not going to be good for the product. But it is to say that all of our decisions should be motivated by what the end product is going to be. All right, so that's my talk. All right, so any questions? Yes.
So, as someone who's like, you know, I'm in my sophomore year college right now, and I'm taking, you know, computer science classes every semester, learning to code and such. I'm curious how, like, in your free time, for people who are like learning to code and like expanding their skill set, how do you like, I guess, like think of like something to code exactly? Because there's like so many, because like it's
make a
so many
game
things you can do, and but like also there's like not necessarily any like literal problems, because technology nowadays is so modern and there's already like solutions everywhere.
That's true. There are solutions everywhere, and I think there's always a need for new solutions and new software. Ideas that I would suggest is first and foremost to pursue something that you're going to find interesting. In a lot of cases, that's going to be a game. If you're having trouble thinking of game ideas, join the Game Developers Club and get with the team. There'll be no shortage of ideas for things to build. But if you want to step outside of games, there's a lot there as well. You might find things in your own life, maybe there are hobbies you pursue or something where a certain kind of software could help that's not available. There's one story I remember. There was a pretty young guy who was really into sneakers. He was really into these sort of like high-end sneakers that people would buy and sell. And he wrote like a little app, I think at first mostly for himself, for like tracking the value of sneakers, as someone who was buying and selling sneakers. And then like he's, put the app on the App Store and made a lot of money off of it. So starting with, something and something you're passionate about, it could also even be something that, someone you're close with does a lot of. Maybe you have like a sibling or something who teaches music class and they need, a piece of software for, keeping track of their students' progress, something like that. So I would say, that there's as much software as that's been written. There are always new things to find and just sort of explore the world around you, I would say. Okay, I see this one, maybe? Yep.
I have a question. When you were talking about assumptions, what did you mean by things that can't go wrong?
That can't go wrong. Assumptions are things that can't go wrong are assumptions that you hold so dearly that you think they couldn't possibly be assumptions. I think I might have saw that one first.
I think building on that for the assumptions, I wanted to comment just like, I think that's a really good way of doing it. I think just this morning I was working on a project and it basically a piece of data from one system passing to another, it didn't pass correctly. And I assumed the data itself was correct. And then it turned out that not to be the case. And I had like 30 minutes for a small little issue.
Yeah. That's software, baby. I think so. This one.
So considering that code does exactly what you ask it to, and that's both good and bad, what are the best ways to find what you don't think is an assumption, but turns out to actually have been an incorrect assumption, and that you just caught on to? Because like my previous coding project, there were two functions with the same name, and there was one function that wasn't working. I looked at the function that I thought was being called with the same name. I was like, that should be correct. And I realized there was one in a different CPP file. I looked, and that one, I'd forgotten to write the EFL statement and even made a note for myself to write the EFL statement. I was like, oh.
Yeah. I mean, I would say if you're approaching a bug and something's happening and you can't imagine, why this thing would be happening, it would be to write out all the individual steps that the software is going through to guarantee the not bugged outcome that you're expecting. And when you write out all those individual steps, those individual steps that you might feel very confident in, those are the assumptions. And those are the things that you can go back and test. Okay, that's good to hear. And nowadays, I think it's, so one up there. Yes.
A problem, so I use test-driven development like 90% of the time because on the topic of assumptions, that's usually the go-to way for catching what went wrong. I have a problem that I hit frequently where I'm writing so many tests that it's taking forever to get the code done. So I'm like, okay, let's just skip these other tests. And then I hit bugs, and they're all in the one where I didn't pass. If you had it.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of communities of thought, I've been in some very different communities of thought when it comes to testing. For most of my career, I was working at Firaxis or other places like Firaxis where they wrote no tests whatsoever. And then I came to Meta, and they're like, "Oh, we're trying to get 90% code coverage with these tests." And of course, the tests are very time-consuming to write. And in my very limited experience, now this is limited, and this is a bit of a hot take, I don't know that it really increased the stability of the software all that much. Now this is very limited experience. We're talking about just the projects I've been working on at Meta. I don't know if I thought that they were more stable for having had tests. Now people are using AI to generate the tests, and the AI-generated tests are usually pretty bad. So you could do that, but it might not be good. I do think, look, there are many, many software engineers out there who very strongly believe in test-driven development, and I am sure there is a lot of merit to it. But I also think, sometimes, or a lot of times, it's these sort of complex interactions between systems where the bugs lie. And, unit tests don't always cover that. That's not to say that, we shouldn't have automated testing or anything like that. But in my experience, it is a lot of effort to go through, and it doesn't, in my opinion, always rise to the level of helping enough that the investment makes sense.
There is like programs you should and should not do it with. It's not a for all.
Yeah.
I think it's good for like complex, more not data-driven, but more like declarative systems. Other things like if I'm in a scripting language, it's a mess.
Yeah. I'm curious. Russell had his hand up. I think you might have some. Oh.
I'm curious where you would draw the line between assumptions and invariance.
Assumptions and invariance. Can you define what you mean by invariance here?
Okay. So I guess what I was getting at for some of the things here is, we're talking about assumptions, and they tend to be the things that are assumed, things that you just kind of write and without really necessarily expecting to build into the system. But you can take those a step further, and at least, I don't know, I've called them this, I've seen them described this way in other things, is promoting those assumptions to invariance. Generally, this is done through self-documenting your code through like ensures and checks to be like, this is a thing that should always be true. We're going to put in code that checks that all the time. Now, this is kind of like test-driven stuff. It's not, but it's not separate code. It's part of the system that you're building to be like, here is like I'm going to document and say when this function gets called, this thing should not be null. And then if that assumption never breaks, your code is going to break immediately, and you can be like, why the hell is that happening? Why is my data coming through and it's wrong?
Yeah. I mean, this is a perfect example of why it's great to talk to other software engineers. I hadn't heard the term invariant used before. I just learned a new thing. Great to talk to other software engineers. But yeah, absolutely. I think that those kinds of verifications and checks are vital to making debugging easier, because when one of those fails, that really helps you point to where the problem is. So yeah, absolutely. I'd say it's a very helpful way of, I would more sort of describe that as checking assumptions. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that there's tremendous value in that, and probably something I should add to that slide.
Like the nasty thing about assumptions is that they're, as with most things, assuming they're generally unspoken.
Yeah.
And so, and especially when even when you're having conversations with groupthink of like all thinking at the same thing, and so there's when somebody new joins the group and they start asking some of these like weird questions that are maybe just like, oh yeah, why are we doing it that way? That by having a thing, by writing down that assumption, it's now kind of become a different thing.
Yeah.
That makes it no longer unspoken. You've got some code, and somebody is going to go into that code and go, why do we have this? Why is that wrong all the time? And you can talk about it.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's brilliant. For the sake of the recording, Russell was saying that when you check a certain assumption in the code by like adding an assert or something, you're formalizing it. Whereas, you know, assumptions can be unspoken. And I think that's a great way of putting it. I think that's probably a good thing to add to that slide. All right, next question? Oh, sorry, one more. Okay, this is the last one. Yep.
So oh, do we have enough people, or sometimes like recruit too many people and it's hard to give them all like roles to do. How when you get like that, like what signs do you usually have that like either you need more programmers or you have too many, and how would you kind of deal with that?
I think generally fewer programmers is better. Because the more programmers you get on your team, the harder it gets. I think that when you know you don't have enough is probably when you get to the point where it's completely unrealistic to meet your goals in the timeline you have with the number of engineers you have. I think another reason why you might want to pull in another programmer is if they have a particular kind of expertise that you're missing on the team. You know, maybe you need a multiplayer program or something like that. And that's really going to accelerate you to have someone with that kind of expertise. But I would say, given those two constraints, past that, I would say that we want to be as minimal as possible with the number of engineers on the team, because as the number of engineers grows, the overhead for communication and the amount of missing context increases. There's this famous book on software engineering was written a very long time ago, but a lot of its lessons still hold, called the Mythical Man Month. And it's basically saying, they're talking about how a lot of times a company will throw a bunch of engineers on a project right towards the end to try to accelerate it, and it doesn't necessarily work very well. And there's a great quote from that. Just because one woman can make a baby in 9 months does not mean that 9 women can make a baby in 1 month. So it's important to keep in mind. And they do go into a lot of great detail in that book about how the bigger your team grows, the more overhead you have for things like communication and everything like that. Okay, so I think that's all for my time today. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Can you guys still hear me in here? Yeah. All right. Hi, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us. We have one more presentation left for you today. I hope you guys are all staying warm in here. It's pretty chilly, right? I mean, do we want to like stand up and do one of these like really quick? Little stretch before the next one. Regardless, thank you guys so much for sticking around. Keep in mind, this is our last presentation for today. We will be hearing from Wayne, and his presentation will be coming up in about 3 minutes. So if you'll give us just 5 minutes of your time, feel free to take a break, go grab another drink, open the can outside the presentation, and we'll be back for you in about 5 minutes. Thank you all. And a reminder that we'll have our plate test following this presentation. See you soon. Good? one more time. We're going to go ahead and get started with Wayne's presentation. As a reminder, this is the final presentation that we have here for DEC, so thank you so much. Clap it up for all the people still sitting here in the room. I'm seeing a good 20 to 25 people in here. I know it's been a long day. I think we got a killer presentation to end off with. So without further ado, I'm going to hand off the microphone to Wayne Kubiak. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, thanks to everyone for sticking around. But thanks for everyone else that have done talks all day. I know it's been a long day, and I'm sure you all are, I don't know, a little tired. And a little cold, you know, as we do. But I don't know, let's get doing this. So this is more or less getting your foot in the door for making games. I kind of come from a very DIY background, very indie games, that kind of focus. Just so this is, I don't know, kind of where it's all coming from. Hi, I'm Wayne. Hi. Thanks for all the waves. I appreciate that a lot. I've been working in the game industry for roughly about 10 years now. I do pixel art, I do animation, I do a little bit of game design. But anything indie, you kind of wear a lot of hats. You do as much as you can, and I don't know, just fill in the gaps. I'm a partial owner of Neon DEC Games. We made a game called Shoot Shimi in 2015-ish. We released it on a bunch of different consoles, and now most of my day job work is at a company called Nicholas. I worked on The Binding of Isaac, the Switch versions of Cave Story, and that's pretty much, I don't know, everything I do most of the day. And then I take on a bunch of different projects just because I like to make stuff and I can't stop making games. I've also worked on Freedom Finger, Retro City Rampage, Kitsune Tales, Broxia. There's probably 30 games or so that I've worked on. I like making stuff and I can't stop. So the big question is, how do you get into the industry? Everyone always asks this question. I've been kind of putting this off for a while, just because I don't have a great answer, but I kind of have an answer. Because no matter what, your origin story is important, and where you're coming from and everyone's position will always be, I don't know, what makes things most to you. So basically, we'll start this off just talking about my origin story, and we'll get into the nitty-gritty of things. It's a long-winded story. I started out living in Buffalo, New York. It's kind of a old steel town, very simple working-class DIY area. I spent most of my high school year just kind of floating around, not knowing what I wanted to do. Later in high school, I ended up in a computer information systems class, which is the easiest class that I've ever taken in my entire life. And in it being so easy, I just started hanging around with the hacker kids. And the hacker kids taught me how to pirate software. Yeah. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. So they showed me how to pirate the good old Adobe Photoshop and Macromedia Dreamweaver, and I had a strong interest in just trying to make websites. So I made myself some weird, silly websites and didn't think too much about it, and started in college, and I wanted to go and be a game designer, and that didn't work for me. I'm not set for college, just something that didn't work for me, and kind of flunked out-ish, flaked out. Little life things, they happen. And through a friend of an ex-girlfriend, I was introduced to someone that was starting a web design business. And they wanted someone that was doing some art, and I kind of fell into that role, and it started a weird long web design career. And I sat there for, I don't know, roughly about 10 years or so. So I've been pretty much all self-taught at this point, and in the process of all that, I also like to do music. So I ended up in metal and hardcore bands because I'm silly and I like to yell a lot. And this is actually me when I had a lot more hair. It just slid down my head, it's fine. And then, because this is very long-winded and my entire origin story of my entire life, sit around for a few more hours, don't worry. It so happens that at some point, I was going through some life stuff. I quit my band and was just kind of floating around doing web design stuff. And the replacement for me in my band ended up becoming a good friend of mine. And at that point, he was trying to be an industry writer. And he was like, hey, why don't you come with me and write for this website? So I started writing for both Extra Guy and Armless Octopus. We did a bunch of like convention kind of level writing. I went and did PAX a bunch of years and just kind of floated around, just doing stuff on the side for fun because it was fun. I've always had a passion for independent games, and getting free games is very cool. Even if like there's, I mean, obviously there's a work involved in it. And in doing all of that, I started making pixel art headers because, I don't know, that was fun, and it made my articles look better because there was something cool to look at with it. Go on maybe a year or so later, I talked to a friend that I knew from doing band stuff, a fellow that now goes by Danimal Cannon. He does chiptune music. He was like, hey, I have a friend that is making a game and he could really use art help. He's like, well, why don't you go and meet him? So I went to one of his shows and we met up in some weird little dive bar in Buffalo, hung out for a little while and became quick friends and started making weird little games together. And then within that, we were like, hey, let's do some game jams. So we have this silly little whiteboard that kind of capped off our very first game jam that we ever did. We did not finish that game. But that's okay, because we did more and we were having a lot of fun doing it. My friend that I was writing with, we tapped him because he was doing music stuff. And just ended up doing like more chiptune adjacent stuff for the pixel art games that I was making, and it kind of turned into this weird little company. A little later, my friend that was writing the music was having a party, and our programmer lived up in Canada, so anytime he was coming down, he just would stay at my house, and it was just a fun little hangout. And he shows up at my house the night before this party, and he's like, Ludum Dare's this weekend. Do you want to make a game tonight? Of course, I was like, yeah, why not? So in this whirlwind of about 24 hours, we made a game called Shoot Shimi. And did decently well on the Ludum Dare end, and pretty much everyone we showed it to had a great time with it. We showed it off at the party. Everyone was very drunk and playing it and having the best time. And we're like, why don't we do something more with this instead of our just weird little game jams? And then maybe 3 or 4 months, we turned it into an Xbox Live Indie Games title. Released it on the service, it did fine. And then through contacts that we knew from doing writing, we started talks with a company called Choice Provisions that were like, hey, why don't we publish your game? Because we were just hanging out at, I want to say it was PAX. So we're like, okay, let's do this. And about, I don't know, 6 months or so later, we really shoot me on, I want to say it was the 360, Wii U, PS4, PS Vita, maybe something else, PC. Everything gets released on PC, it's fine. And this kind of opened up doors for all of us because we released something somewhere and people were like, hey, you could make a game and actually finish a game, which is a very important part. And all of us kind of slowly started seeping into the industry. Our programmer started working for Choice Provisions and worked on the Runner games and later the Hextech Mayhem. That's the League of Legends little rhythm platformer thing, and our musician / level designer guy at this point. He went on to work on VR stuff, and we all just kind of started spreading out. And through all this, at this point I've met a ton of people. I've gone to a bunch of conventions, showed off our game a bunch of places, and just through the realms of Twitter, someone was like, hey, this company was trying to, looking for work. And I was like, hey, I could use some more work. And I reached out to them and I didn't hear anything back for, I don't know, question mark amount of time. And suddenly I got a message that was like, hey, do you want to come do an art test for this? And this turned into me working on The Binding of Isaac. And little whirlwind of that, and we worked out well. I love all those folks, and obviously I work there today now. And on top of that, I just can't stop making games or saying no to cool projects, and so I just make games as much as time as I can, and can't stop, won't stop. So what does this all mean? So how many people have been in a band, spent 10 years as a graphic designer, wrote for indie game publications, made a game on a whim before a party? Just you. My story is pointless, it's fine. You've all been duped, we can all go home now. No. There's actually a point though, you've been double duped. The real point is, my story is as good as your story, is as good as all of the experiences you've all had. Everything you've done in life, all the connections that you've made, all the friends you've made, all the little skills that you don't even realize that you've picked up, like everything is super important. And as much as you might not think of anything you've done as being useful, it is. Part of it is you're building skills. All the time that you're spending doing any little thing, any of your hobbies, any of your extracurricular activities. If I can say words, this would be great. It all adds up. A bunch of you are talking about doing music. Like everything is important, everything is useful, and all this you can use to find your space, find your place within game development. Like if I wasn't doing software shenanigans with piracy, I would have never done graphic design. If I wasn't writing for websites, I don't know, I probably wouldn't be here yapping about stuff. Or even be able to like talk in front of a crowd. I can probably attribute to playing in metal bands and yelling at people. It's all built into what you've already done and what you're doing and what you're pushing towards. Like, don't ever stop doing stuff. Don't ever stop learning. Don't stop. Just everything you're building is important, as well as all of your friends. Everybody that you've met, everybody you're sitting next to, everybody you're doing game jams with, like, you never know who's going to be someone you're working with in the future, someone that will be like, oh, hey, I could give you a ride somewhere, or like, help you out at a convention later, or heck, just being able to stop off and drop you food, or even make games with, like, I'm sure y'all are in little groups that you're doing stuff together or doing game jams, everything. Like, all these people are important. At some point, you'll all maybe make companies together, or you'll be working for a company and help out your friend that will later be like, hey, why don't you come join us? The only other thing is everything's not transactional. Like, you're not being friends with everybody just because you're getting something from them later. Like, that it's a very cynical way of looking at life, and people will notice that. Like, people will realize that you're not just being sincere about it. Plus, being friends with people is fun. Making stuff with people is fun. Which kind of leads to be good to each other. If you're not being good to each other, then people are going to see you as a jerk. People will see you as someone you don't want to work with, someone you don't want to make stuff with. Everything you remember, like, you remember good times with people, but if someone's like rubs you the wrong way immediately, you're probably going to remember that forever. You're going to be the person that is like, oh, it's that guy. You know, you don't want to be that guy. And making games is fun. Like, you're supposed to be making people happy. Why are you not putting that into the rest of your life? Putting that in, like, with everything you do, just like spreading that joy out. Because maybe you're trying to also make an art piece or something, but it's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be enjoyable. Like, people usually aren't spending their time to play your games to be angry. Oh, also, like, if you're a good person and everyone enjoys being around you, then people are going to want to support you. People are going to want to be like, hey, come work with us. It's easier to get into any company if you know somebody. And even if that somebody is just like a friend of a friend, is like, oh, hey, I know this cool dude that writes code. He does some cool stuff, or like makes some cool art, makes some cool music. Like, it's so much easier to have that one-step connection, and it makes it so much easier to just get in that space, get in that door. And most importantly, just make stuff. I mean, clearly you all are making stuff currently, and hopefully I can see your stuff in a little bit. I know a bunch of y'all have games to show off in a little bit. Do game jams, create personal projects. I don't know, team up with folks that you haven't teamed up with before. I was talking earlier about how, like, even just stepping out of your bounds to work with someone new, like, you're getting a different view, you're getting a different connection with how someone else does something, and that way you're learning a different way of doing something. Also, share your cool stuff. Show off your games, go to little conventions, go to this stuff, show off stuff on social media, I don't know, post it on Newgrounds or whatever place makes you happy. Because if you aren't showing it off, then no one knows. And this is a thing to tell myself, because it's easy to get in your little hole of like, oh, I'm making cool stuff, and if you're not showing anybody, nobody knows. And it kind of rolls into also marketing. Like, you're marketing yourself and you're marketing the cool stuff that you've made. And it makes people more want to see what you're doing and see more of that. Also, don't forget making games fun. It's okay. You can enjoy it. And enjoy the time you're creating games with other people. Because that's half of the process is fun. It's not, I mean, like, it's going to be hard work. It will always be hard work. But everything worth doing is worth it putting that time into. And I want to thank y'all for coming. Also, like, I'm yapping at y'all about just, I don't know, making stuff, and a good way to see the world and see how you're connecting with others. But like, make up your own mind. Like, don't let my words be exactly what you're following for the rest of your life. If something seems weird or off with anybody, be like, hey, like maybe I want to do something different. Maybe I want to take this in a different direction. Like, the whole point of this is to take all your experiences and make your own path. Like, to take yourself into that direction rather than like needing an exact guide to do it. Because the things you're doing are the right things. You just have to push yourself a little more and you'll get there. Also, I can't wait to play all your games and see what y'all are making. Also, lots of questions, I'm sure. You see you've had your hand up?
Me?
Yes.
Okay, so something I was a little curious about is around the slide where you were talking about how the publisher found you. You might have already stated this and I didn't remember, but it seemed like it spiraled from. Is it because like your game Shuchimi got a lot of attention that you got these connections into the publishing? So it really can just be like you're working with your friends and y'all make something good, and other people are like, hey.
It's all kind of interwoven. Like if we weren't writing about games and making those connections earlier than that, like we wouldn't have met these people. If we weren't making the games that were interesting with the friends that we've met along the way, like it's all is one piece.
So what would you say is like some of the best ways to get your game industry through making? How is the best way to make these connections other than like the networking we're going to do in a couple minutes?
That is exact it. Like, yeah, because you don't know what direction anything is going to take. Like, life is always going to be free flowing. There's always going to be chaos, and you might as well lean into the chaos and find the things that feel right to you.
Do you have like a specific core memory that like led to you being like, okay, I really like making games, I want to do this in the future?
When we were making Shoot Shimi, the very first version, we had a bug in the game where no matter anything we did, it left all these trails everywhere. And it was like the trippiest thing ever. And we're like, well, why don't we make this thing into a mechanic? And this became a mechanic called Party Time, where one of the levels was just flashing colors in the background and just everything had trails and we just had a party. And that was my main, like, I want this feeling forever. You over here?
Were there any points where you were wanting to kind of just like, I don't, like, it's hard to be in this like job or this line of work, and how did you push through it?
There's always going to be hard times. There was a point where my day job work had dried up for the moment. Like the projects were in between anything that I was doing, and I didn't have any work. All my extra stuff was kind of on the back burner, and I had to just essentially hard cold call anyone that was like, hey, I'm looking for art for a game. And I probably spent like 2 or 3 months like just hunting about for things. And that was hard. Like you're gonna have, there's gonna be points where there's droughts of work or droughts of money, like you're in between jobs and you gotta kind of find extra ways to make things work. And like that will be hard. But like I've always had the creative drive to just keep going with it. And when you're hitting those points, you have to realize that it's not because it's something that you're doing wrong. It's because there's just either too many people that are in your space looking for those jobs, or there's just not enough jobs at that moment, or maybe you just haven't looked in the right place at the moment.
How many assets would you say is there average in a project that you work in, and what solutions do you implement early on to tackle the number of assets you have to make?
Number of assets. I guess it depends on the size of the project more than anything. Most like very simple projects will probably be in the small hundreds, just considering like animations and frames and backgrounds and UI elements. And then it just kind of expands from there depending on how large your project is and how many levels or worlds or et cetera, et cetera. As far as getting this all together and making it make sense, usually I like spreadsheets personally. If there's any, like Trello board has worked for me. Yeah. I have like a day planner. If I don't write things down, my memory just eats them up, and I forget to do things, and that's not good. So like, you gotta kind of look around and see which of these kind of things works for you. There's tons of, I don't know, either online or physical things, and most of it's either cheap or free.
Yes, you mentioned earlier that you're only gonna come on hard times. I was wondering, how do you keep yourself motivated when those hard times hit? How do you push through when something isn't going right, when you're getting, when the art just doesn't look right?
I'm someone that has a lot of anxiety, so part of that is actually just fueled by anxiety. Also, it's worth to take some time and like, if something is not working for you at that moment, to like step back, step away, try a different part of the project, try to do something that's like not exactly just beating your head against that wall. It's easier to take a breather, or like sleep on it if you can, or do something that's like a comfy thing. Like for me, I like just like doing simple like subtle animations with stuff. So if I'm like hitting a wall on something, I'll take another piece and just do like a couple simple subtle animations.
So I'm an animator, and I'm going to be graduating in about a year or so.
Excellent, congrats.
Yeah, and I have been doing pixel art since like high school, and it's been my main medium because I just love it the most, and I just love making stuff, and I love all the cool techniques that, you know, low resolution kind of restrict you to, and I love all that. But it means that almost all of the art I've made, not all of it, but a majority of it has been pixel art, and I feel like I've always been nervous that when I have it come together to make a portfolio and try to apply this stuff, it's going to be really specialized. And I don't know, do you think being primarily a pixel artist is okay trying to get into the industry, or?
Oh, very much so. Especially now, like pixel art is so much more regulated that people expect that. Their 8-bit games are very common. Like people are trying to push the medium even further. I know so many people that are just full-time pixel artists. You don't have to necessarily feel shoehorned by your specialization, but at the same time, like, don't worry about being specialized. It's going to make you even better at it and make people that are looking for that sort of thing not just like to look towards someone like you.
Yeah. It just always had me. Sorry.
Yeah.
It was just always like had me nervous because especially college where they kind of make you do a bunch of things and it's like trying to get you ready for a job, like make you learn everything. But I just want to do this thing.
That's the thing too. You're following your path. You're getting that thing that feels good to you. Oh, say that again? Sorry.
Eastward.
Eastward?
Yeah. It's a game loosely about like a kind of an adoptive father and this like girl with special powers. It's a very, very stylistic,
their studio is literally just developed around pixel art development. So like they have a very striking art style. I wish I could show you a picture in this moment, but it's a wonderful project. And I don't know if you have further comments on that. But.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, for reference, Eastburg has an incredibly complex environment. It has so much pixel art that it almost feels like Northern Way, despite being confined. Every building has its own detail and animations, like banners flying. So how would you tackle that kind of project of creating like such detailed pixel art? And if you were like determined at one point to like create a game like that?
So anytime I'm like tackling any new project, I kind of come at it with like a fresh face. I don't want to put that exact my exact spin on it. I want to take the vision and start with kind of like a blank slate. Usually what I'll do is I'll make some sort of mock-up and then use that mock-up to kind of see where I can go with it, see where I can iterate on it, and then slowly whittle down like a list of assets, a little list of things that can move, or add little pieces to it, add little just things to make the world feel more alive.
Okay, I'm just curious. Would you say you specialize in any specific form of like pixel art, like if that makes sense?
I like to bounce around a bunch of different things. Like I feel good trying out new things, and usually when I'm trying a new project, I'm trying to push a different part of what I can do, whether it's like doing more FX or better animations, better keyframes, making backgrounds look more painterly or a little more detailed, leaning towards one style or another. I like a lot of kind of NES sort of aesthetic stuff. So like sometimes I lean into that, but like not every project has to be like that. And it's you kind of flex different muscles, trying different things. And even just looking at pixel art or art as a whole, like there's always so much to learn, and there's always so much that you can take and spend time like learning a new part of anatomy or looking at different types of trees, and everything is different. Everything is unique and beautiful.
When it comes to color palettes, are you often given them by like someone else on the art team, or do you kind of come up with that yourself?
It varies so much project to project. A lot of it is determined by the style that I'm working within. Like if I'm working more like 8-bit NES style, I'll either look at the exact NES palette or like a similar. If I'm looking more towards 16, 32-bit, like the palettes really open up, but at the same time, it's the lower color that I work in. I find it easier to create a base and then add layers to it.
Which software do you work in, and which would you recommend?
I like to work in Aseprite. Aseprite is. I love seeing the applause for Aseprite. It's wonderful. I used to work in Photoshop, and animating is a nightmare in Photoshop, especially like if you're doing like lots of frames. Oh my goodness, don't do that. Promotion NG is pretty good. It's a very different workflow, but if really you got to find the thing that works for you. Somebody that I work with, I know, really likes Pixel Edit. I like even the single Pixel Edit, woo. Or there's like older free software like Graphic Scale. It really like try a bunch of different things and see what workflow works the best for you, because no matter what, like we're all wired a little bit differently.
Have you tried any sort of like low-res 3D that
Yes, actually, I love voxel art. It's something that like I on and off dabble with a lot. I haven't done it in a little while just because I've been struggling finding like an updated software for it. I used Cubicle for a long time, and there's also like Magic of Voxel, but like Magic of Voxel's workflow feels weird to me. I have not. No, I got to look into that now.
Yeah, so one of the, kind of a follow-up to that question, we recently did a game jam project where we applied 2D pixel textures to 3D models, kind of similar to that like DS era workflow of how they did their textures. Do you have any experience like kind of using pixel art in any kind of like abstract way that's not typically just like slapping the PNG on the game object? Do you have any experience using pixel art for something you wouldn't normally do pixel art for?
I like the kind of like Doom style low res, like billboard sprites that have like a weird rotation to them. I like doing that stuff like that is really interesting. And then like extrapolating a little bit from talking about doing voxel stuff. Everything voxel I ever did, I initially did pixel art of, and then just extruded it and then slowly made it into something different. No, there's one more hand. You in the way back.
I was gonna ask your advice on like creating a storyboard for a game. Because for example, I'm making something and I have ideas of what I want to happen or like the stories for the character and how it progresses. But how do you like start, middle, and then end? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. What I like to do is like do very like the simplest of sketches just to kind of get your ideas out there. Try to get a vision of like what sort of movement through the story you want. What are like your key points of what's happening like from beginning to end. To take that like each of those points and then write a little bit about it. And use that to kind of push each section and then add layers to it.
How much of the art have you done for the Binding of Isaac? Just like bulk art?
I guess it depends on which version. The original version, I was brought in more towards the end of the project, but I did a lot of the environmental work, a lot of the little like baby characters that follow you around, a bunch of icons. As we moved into other versions, I did even more of that. I did logos. Just little pieces of monsters and essentially like whatever I'm needed for at the moment. I'd say I could talk down the amount of work I've done like overall, but it's still a substantial amount of work and probably an entire game's worth of work for over all of the expansions and stuff. I really like the treasure rooms. Those were really fun to do. Especially after we started doing like the greed stuff and like adding like the piles of coins, and that was very fun.
You said you were working on, like you worked on the art for the case story movies, right?
Yes.
How much art did you do, and like, did you enjoy it? Because I'm thinking like, because you weren't like making new sprites, you were like upscaling the ones from the original freeware version of the game. Like, how much fun did you have doing it?
So I did a bunch of like extra little animations and stuff, and I had a very good time with that. I like doing FX work. That stuff is very fun and free flowing to me. There was a lot of just like, we added these like kind of like shaded tiles so everything kind of fades off. it was just busy work. Like it needed to get done, but it wasn't terrible. I struggle making new stuff for like Cave Story, just because like this is a game that I grew up just loving, and I have a strong reverence for. So like, it's hard to break out of that like something that feels perfect to you, but at the same time, like you got to come at it at almost a re-envisioning. Like, how would I do something different in this universe, or how could I like redraw something? I like to do a lot of just like concept mock-ups of like old games in like a new way, and leaning into that kind of a concept makes that a little easier for me.
Just what were some of the games that inspired you?
Oh, it is a very long list. I really love NES stuff, especially like that's what I like mostly grew up with first. There's a game called Blaster Master.
Yes.
It's like just a beautiful Sunsoft, I guess like proto Metroidvania at that point. There's a side-scrolling and a top-down section, and all the sprites are very detailed and very like great use of color. A lot of very nice textured tile sets. Yeah, everything feels like just a little bit crunchy, but in like a great way. And I think the first pixel art I ever did was like redrawing one of the sprites from that. The other big one is there's an NES game called Monster Party. It's kind of cute spooky, I guess you could call it. But like everything's kind of off about it, and halfway through the first level, you're like walking by this tree and everything gets weird and bloody, and I don't know how they put that on an NES game and got that by Nintendo censors, but you know, I loved it. And it's one of those like weird little curiosities. I always like looking towards, I don't know, the strange, the interesting, something that like we've all played Mario a billion times, but like when you look into the annals of all gaming history, there's some weird and interesting ideas that we can pull and put more towards the future. More often than not, I take a lot of time to just like explore old games, just because I like the ideas that people were going for. Even stuff that was like essentially people called bad. One of the games I'm working on is a horror game that's based on NES Friday the 13th. And everyone has a poor view on that. I personally love it. But taking those ideas and seeing what you can make better on with like a modern design eye, with a different amount of development time, and there's so much to be learned from the history of gaming. Anybody else? Sweet.
Everybody clap it up.
Oh, we got one more question.
You're an artist, right?
Yes, yes. Nope. See ya. Good night, everybody.
Have you ever done programming for games? Like, have you ever had to open the engine and like actually work with the programming to the art that you make?
Yeah, definitely. Like you're always gonna have to get your hands dirty, essentially, in some ways. Like there's always gonna be things that you can mess with, things that you make your whole pipeline for your team easier. I work a lot with either like Unity or Game Maker, where I have the engine open, I can import stuff, I can change values, make things easy for everyone, and get my ideas across easier. So like the more you know across the board, like I said before, never stop learning. The more you know, the better for you.
Which one do you prefer for pixel art? Game Maker or Unity?
Game Maker. Unity's not always fun for pixel art. Can I ask one question of y'all? Can I take a picture with everyone? Yes.
I knew how hard it was to take that picture. So.
I would greatly appreciate that.
We have this tradition in the club where I always send a picture of my mom and get everybody to get close.
Oh, I love that.
We do it, and she was here today earlier. I would encourage everybody to sit up so they can sit down.
Thank you all for the help with this. I greatly appreciate it. I'm going to take a couple of these. One where everyone's making really goofy faces.
No goofy faces or yes?
Yes, the answer is yes. No matter what the answer was, yes. But thank you all. I really appreciate it. Can't wait to see all your games in a bit.
All right, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you. Should I unhook this with? Yeah.
I think I have a shirt exactly like yours.
One of my friends wanted me to like.
Hey, turn it off. Am I on still? Okay.
A bunch of these.
I'm gonna do a quick closing comment to pull everybody aside, if that's okay.
No, that's cool.
Okay. Hello, everybody. We're actually getting towards the end of the presentations now, so it's now just getting closer to 6, as you all know. We have a playtest coming up after this, but unfortunately for my folks on the stream, we will be saying goodbye pretty shortly here. So if you guys can still see me as everybody's standing up, thank you guys so much for tuning in online. Just as a general comment, I really appreciate all the effort that went into the organizing of the event, all the speakers who joined us. It was a pretty heavy lift, and so with the help of my officers team and everybody else who came through for that, I just wanted to say thank you. Big shouts out to ECS, Amy Heckhouse for letting us be in the engineering building, and all of that. But for all of you who may know me or know what's going on, this is actually my last DEC as president, and so I just wanted to thank you all so much for making it a great one, and one that ran a lot smoother than the other ones. So thank you so much. And we will now be transitioning to our in-person playtests. Students, go ahead and go set up your tables. We also have stickers for DEC on the table back there, so go and grab them. I printed way too many. All right, until next time, goodbye.
All right.